Good morning. Is our court reporter available?
Good morning, I'm ready.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Any preliminary matters we need to take up before I get us going?
Commissioner, I have the waiting room enabled to go into confidential session, so I'm still getting through some of those because they just joined at the last minute.
Okay, so do you want me to wait a minute until you let them in?
Yes, please. And that's still your intention to start the confidential session first?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, just give me 1 second. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, perhaps it might be an efficient use of the time while we're waiting for the admission in the waiting room to address those 4 discovery requests or responses that CEC has stipulated with both CEO and sweep to the admission of. And we've heard from all parties that they have no objections, with the exception that we've not yet heard from Cress, Holy Cross, or Local 720.
Okay, let me, if you want to admit them, let me get us on the record real quick and then we'll get going. Stephanie, you okay with us going on the record?
Yes, there's still some people coming in though, but yes.
Okay, no worries. Good morning, welcome back. It is 9 a.m. on March 12th, and we're here for the second day of an evidentiary hearing and proceeding 23A-0392EG, which is Public Service Company of Colorado's Clean Heat Plan application. So I will go over to you, Ms. King, for evidentiary issue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If we can please pull from CEC's box, hearing exhibits 2100, 2101, 2102, and 2103.
And I will say, Ms. King, maybe before you go, it is our intention to go into a confidential session this morning. We are not in a confidential session yet for this matter.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Gilman, I think since the legal assistants are busy setting up the confidential session and all parties have had an opportunity to review these documents, it may not be necessary to pull them up because I believe everyone's already seen them.
If that works for you, Ms. King, I think I kept them busy getting the confidential session ready.
At your pleasure. CEC would move the admission of hearing exhibits 2100 through 2103.
Any objections?
No objection from the company.
All right, hearing none, they are admitted, Ms. King. Thank you for bringing that back.
Thank you.
No issues. So just to talk you all through this morning, we will do a confidential session. I expect and hope it to be brief. So for the general public or those who want to tune back in when we're back in a public session, I anticipate if you tune back in by 9:30, we will be back in a public session. It does take the legal assistants some time to switch us back over. So I don't anticipate the questioning to take all that time, but I think that's the fair assumption when we'll be back into a publicly accessible session this morning. And we will run with that confidential session with Mr. Eiley. Then we'll go to redirect of Mr. Eiley, and then we will take Mr. Miller from Project Canary out of order to fit his schedule needs. And then we'll resume with public service witnesses. Mr. Tate.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I just wanted to advise you and the commission parties. I have been in conversations with City of Boulder and Western Resource Advocates on a possible stipulation that may involve some documents and the waiving of the need to cross-examine Mr. Miller and Ms. Copeland. Hopefully we'll get that resolved during the time of the confidential session and or Mr. Eiley's redirect, but I will keep you advised.
Excellent. Keep me posted. That would be great. Commissioner Plant, maybe in the meantime, consider if you have any questions for Mr. Miller in case he gets Tut with all that.
I do not.
Okay. Okay, that sounds great, Mr. Tate. Thank you for advising me of that. Anything else on schedules or other preliminary matters before we get started? Okay. So if we can then move into confidential session to review a confidential document, and Ms. Kunkel, I would just await you to let me know that we're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner. There are some parties and some attorneys in the waiting room. I do not see them on the list that have signed NDAs. I can tell you the parties in the waiting room if you'd like. And if you
Mr. Larson, would you be ready for that? So you can help us, or who might be able to help us determine if these attorneys should be let in?
With a little help from my co-counsel, we can help on that.
Perfect. So in the waiting room, there's only 7, so I'll just tell you the names. Ellie Storer.
She's okay.
She's okay to admit?
She's with Piesca.
Okay. Jim Martin. I do not show him on the spreadsheet as signing an NDA.
Mr. Martin is with the Decarbonization Coalition.
But I don't see him on the list.
We do not have him on our list either.
Okay. So I'll leave him in the waiting room. It says Proselli, Prosselli.
Mr. Roselli is one of the counsel for the company. He's okay to come in.
Okay. Francis Consilia. I'm not sure how to say her last name. I'm sorry.
She does not have an NDA on file.
Devin Bell.
He does not have an NDA on file.
Okay. Michael Eden.
That's a UC advisory staff. He can come in.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Leslie Henry.
She does have an NDA on file.
Yeah, she just joined. Okay, and then someone, it just says Tracy.
That's me, Stephanie.
Oh, you're in twice then, because you're already in there. There's another person named Tracy in the waiting room. It just says Tracy.
That's me, just as a backup.
Oh, okay, then I will allow that one in. So in the waiting room, we have Jim Martin, Francis Consilia, and Devin Bell.
I think we can proceed with them in the waiting room and
Okay,
explain to them later what's happened.
okay, perfect. And then I just need a minute to turn off the stream, so just give me a second.
Thanks, Ms. Kunkel.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gilman, and also Mr. Larson, just to confirm, you're not going to have confidential redirect, right?
We will not. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just probably should have asked that 3 minutes ago.
No.
Thanks, Ms. Kunkel.
Okay, Commissioner Gilman, everyone is back in from the waiting room. The recording's going and the live stream as well.
Thank you. Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Larson, for redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eiley.
Morning, Mr. Larson.
So I just have a few questions on redirect stemming from your examination the last day plus. I want to take you all the way back to yesterday morning with Mr. Smith from staff. You recall that examination?
Yes.
And there was a discussion during that examination of the company's IQDI approach and statutory requirements. You recall that?
Yes.
And there was a discussion as a part of that exchange with regard to the amortization periods that the company is using for rebates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So from your perspective, how does a longer amortization period mitigate impacts from the clean heat plan?
It has the sort of immediate and obvious effect of reducing the shorter term rate impact. Maybe not unlike buying a home on a 30-year mortgage. You do that to get your monthly mortgage payment into an affordable range for yourself. Probably becomes more critical as the level of electrification we seek increases.
And why is a 15-year amortization period appropriate from your perspective?
We propose that for a couple of reasons. It matches the lifetime of the equipment that we're discussing here as a general assumption about HVAC equipment. And then the benefits related to that, the benefits of these changes go on for roughly that period of time. So we thought it made sense to match the costs and benefits. So it kind of hopefully balances the intergenerational equity on this program.
Thank you. So staying with the examination by Mr. Smith and also the examination by Ms. Galicio and I think several others with respect to the check-in process under the Flex portfolio, do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In our box, we've marked what is hearing exhibit 125. Ms. Federico, is it possible to pull that up? And this is Commission Rule 4733. I don't know that we need to move this into evidence. We could take administrative notice of this rule under Rule 1501C. I just have a couple of questions related to the examination, Madam Chair, as it relates to the check-in process under the Flex portfolio. I'd propose we take administrative notice of it because I think that's cleaner, but whatever your prerogative is on this.
That works for me.
Thank you. So you had an exchange with Mr. Smith about, and I think the way that he phrased it was replacing a litigated process. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Ms. Galicio also talked with you about the parameters of that Flex check-in. You remember that?
Yes.
So let's take a look at Rule 4733, and if you don't mind, Ms. Federico, scrolling down to subpart B of that rule. And Mr. Eiley, I'll give you a moment to read that and let me know after you have.
Thank you. I'm through that.
And what does that rule mean to you, and how does it align with the check-in process that's been proposed by the company?
It appears to me that the rule is predicting the need to potentially change a plan in essence. Presumably during the period of that plan, because the rules did lay out a 5-year plan period. So I don't remember the exact discussion around this portion of the rules during that rulemaking process, but it seems like it's intended to do that. There's a similar provision in res rules as well, as I recall. So it may have been brought in as kind of a more standard operating procedure of commission rules, but it appears, in essence, it appears to allow some revision of a clean heat plan during the action period of that clean heat, which I think is what we propose with a little bit of upfront notice to the parties with the commission is the framework that we proposed.
And to the extent that dollars that are held back augment other budgets, whether it's beneficial electrification or DSM, That's a revision to the plan. That you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it could fit the definition of revision here.
Do you think a process is being replaced through the check-in process?
I don't.
So staying with the flex portfolio for the moment, you had an exchange with Ms. King on behalf of Colorado Energy Consumers about the company's flexibility proposal and hypotheticals under that proposal. You recall that?
I do.
Ms. Federico, could we go to hearing exhibit 116, which is Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony, and go to page 182, please? And I'm sorry.
Marcia, there are not 182 pages in that.
I know your testimony was ambitious, but it did not have 182 pages.
We fell short of 182 on rebuttal.
82 pages.
Next time, Mr. Eiley.
Yeah. I really don't want to exceed that personal record ever.
You said
There's always
page
something to
82, sorry.
strive for. Yes, please. And I believe when you were discussing the hypotheticals with Ms. King, you were looking at the company's budget flexibility proposal in its direct case. Is that right?
Yeah, I recall having a discussion with Ms. King on both the flexibility proposed from the direct, as well as I was seeking to kind of amend those to the rebuttal flexibility provisions, which have been updated somewhat.
And here on page 82 of hearing exhibit 116, you describe the changes the company's made. Can you describe the proposal from CEO that the company's adopted?
Yeah, it's laid out pretty well here, but in essence, it puts some boundaries around a certain, basically movements from the electrification budget to a clean fuels budget are restricted. So it kind of creates some one-way valves in the process. I could probably be more specific than that.
Well, so recovered methane and hydrogen dollars, for example, can go towards incremental DSM and incremental beneficial electrification.
Yeah, so those funds can flow one way in that direction, but not the other way.
Right. So is one way of thinking about is it forecloses the ability to move the largest budgets towards the smaller budgets?
I think that's right. Yeah, because the electrification budgets are now certainly quite a bit larger than the clean fuels budgets as a general statement.
Do you think this provides more certainty around the levels of recovered methane and hydrogen that's budgeted, even if the flexibility is utilized?
In general, all else equal, yes.
All right, you also had a discussion with Mr. Hyatt on behalf of SWEET about the roadmap and a potential Colorado Energy Office update to the roadmap. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you all were focused in on page 28 of hearing exhibit 116, which is your rebuttal testimony. You recall that?
Moving there. Yes.
Has Mr. Oz analyzed the roadmap 2.0 adoption trajectory?
My understanding is that he has in his role as retained consultant supporting the company's case.
And is he the witness that the commission can direct questions to on this topic?
Yes.
All right. In a similar vein, you had a discussion with Chair Gilman yesterday about the Southern Ute coal bed methane MTP. You remember that?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gilman asked what the budget for that project was. You remember that?
Yes.
What is the budget for that project?
2.7 million per year.
And what company witness can address additional questions with respect to that project?
Mr. Weinberg.
Great. And then last part, you had a discussion with Chair Gilman about the NPA cost recovery yesterday. You remember that?
I do.
So what NPAs are part of the MTP in this case?
There's the Boulder Street, or I'm sorry, Pearl Street MPA in Boulder. And then there's one known as F3, which I understand is in Aurora, Colorado.
And how is the MTP, how are costs associated with the MTP proposed to be recovered by the company?
Picked up in the clean heat support gas adjustment proposed rider.
And in your rebuttal, and we can go there if it's helpful to you, you noted the ability to potentially add additional MPAs into that cost recovery structure. You recall that testimony?
Yes, we did as an effort to kind of facilitate the company being able to examine MPAs more fully and more quickly.
And do you think the support mechanisms that the company has proposed here can be structured to allow the addition of future NPAs to keep those projects moving?
Yes.
I think that's all we have. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley, you may be excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so just check in with Mr. Tate regarding any stipulation or agreements before I call Mr. Miller up.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I have sent an email of conferral to all the parties just a few minutes ago, as I just concluded conversations with both WRA and City of Boulder. Not everyone has responded. I can advise on the record what it is we're proposing and see if anybody wants to, since everyone has now gotten the email at least, see if there's any objection that is tendered at this point, which would streamline Mr. Miller's cross-examination, because I believe only one party will want to cross-examine him at that point.
So are you looking to get new evidence in the record, or?
Yes, Madam Chair. Essentially, the stipulation is this. WRA has requested that Project Canary's responses to WRA's discovery be admitted into evidence. In exchange, WRA will waive its cross-examination of Mr. Miller. Project Canary has an exhibit that I have circulated to all the parties, hearing exhibit 1007 that is in our box. And Ms. Federico has access to it. We'd like a stipulation to its admissibility, and that would basically handle WRA not cross-examining Mr. Miller. However, I think the City of Boulder is the other party signed up to cross-examine Mr. Miller, and they are not waiving their cross. They still want to examine Mr. Miller, and that's fine. And I'm getting responses now, Madam Chair, and no one's opposed the stipulation at this point.
Okay. Mr. Barroso, why don't I go to you?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. And just to be clear, what WRA was seeking here was a stipulation of admission of an exhibit that it would otherwise introduce via cross-examination, and that was the sole purpose of our cross, given that other parties still have cross-examination for Mr. Miller. I'm not sure whether there is utility for this anymore, but we are still happy to proceed with this stipulation if there's no objection from the parties.
And it was 3 discovery responses?
It's a single hearing exhibit
Okay.
with discovery responses from Project Canary to a request from WRA.
Okay. All right. So, and Mr. Tate, that's the only exhibit you were talking about, this exhibit?
Yes, Mr. Barroso's exhibit, and then our hearing exhibit 1007, as I indicated, that is in our box. And my understanding is that WRA and Boulder, and it looks like a number of others, are not going to object to the admissibility of hearing exhibit 1007.
Okay, and 1007 is your exhibit, not these discovery responses.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And am I hearing properly that there is no objection to admission of that? Anyone on the line? Okay. Why don't we admit that as well as admit the discovery responses, which I think does away with your cross, Mr. Brosso?
It does, and thank you, Commissioner. And for the record, that's what's been marked as hearing exhibit 1406 in WRA's box.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me,
and for the rec-
Commissioner Gilman, sorry.
Yeah.
Exhibit 1007 does not have any type of header on it. Do you want me to show the screen? It doesn't have the proceeding number or the exhibit number on the document.
Ms. Brosa would, or who prepared it? Whoever prepared it, would you be able to just clear that up and work with Ms. Kunkel, and obviously we can admit it contingent upon getting a proper heading on it.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will do that. Ms. Federico, Ms. Staff, I apologize. I put it in the box and did not put the proper header on it, and I apologize for that.
No worries. I think we've got Ms. Kunkel today with us as legal
Okay.
assistant. That's fine. I think we can stipulate to its admission with that fix of the header. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Barroso?
Nothing else for WRA. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, you're good. Mr. Tate will make those quick changes, but we've agreed to admit it. So with that, we'll still bring Mr. Miller up for Boulder's 10-minute cross. So Mr. Tate, if you can bring Mr. Miller forward.
Okay. Oh, here's Mr. Miller. If I may, Madam Chair. Mr. Miller, would you please state your name and position?
Let me just sort of in real quick. And
Oh,
then,
sure. I apologize.
No, I'm glad I remembered. Don't worry about it. Okay. Hi, Mr. Miller. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So help me God.
Is anyone with you or communicating with you in any way?
There is no one present with me.
All right, and if that changes during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Can I please, sorry?
Stop
and let you know. Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Tate, he's available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Miller, would you please state your name and your position with Project Canary?
My name is Brian W. Miller, Brian William Miller. I am the Senior Vice President for Public Policy and Growth here at Project Canary, located in Denver, Colorado.
And Mr. Miller, as part of this proceeding, have you reviewed the exhibits 1000, the testimony of Ms. Applegate, 1001, the EDF certification white paper, 1002, the NAESB certified gas addendum, 1003, the OGMP2 document, 1004, the Stanford study, 1005, the Con Edison order, 1006, your notice of adopting Ms. Applegate's testimony, and 1007, the comments on standards in response to Earthworks comments.
I have reviewed all of those items. Yes, Mr. Tate.
And you are adopting Ms. Applegate's testimony and the exhibits that were included in her written testimony submitted, correct?
I have indeed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I believe preliminarily we already admitted exhibits 1000 through 1006, and we just admitted 1007. If not, I'd move their admission and then offer Mr. Miller for cross-examination and questioning.
Unless someone stops me, I think they're already admitted. So we will make available Mr. Miller to Ms. Van Giem from the City of Boulder. 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Ms. Van Giem.
Today we're going to talk a little bit generally about Ms. Applegate's testimony.
Okay.
And so we'll start off with the fact that there is no official standard process that is used by the industry to certify low emission natural gas. Is that correct?
That is correct to my understanding. Yes.
And Project Canary uses operator provided data to calculate methane intensity for the purposes of certifying low emission natural gas, correct?
We utilize data gathered by our devices as well as data provided by operators consistent with their reporting obligations under the EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program. So we utilize both of those methods for reporting.
Would you agree that the most accurate way to measure emissions from equipment for the purposes of certifying natural gas is to use direct measurements?
I would indeed agree that direct measurements are the best form of deriving emissions values from equipment on oil and gas facilities or gas compressor stations, things of that nature. Indeed. And direct measurement in my definition of it would include things like OGI cameras, as well as continuous monitoring, as well as devices attached to drones or aircraft, and satellite measurements as well. We believe that a multi-scale approach is the appropriate methodology, and that a measurement-informed inventory is the best way to derive an understanding of total site emissions.
Thank you. So the operated provided data given to Project Canary uses emissions factors in some instances rather than direct measurements, correct?
That is correct. Yes, emissions factors that are derived by EPA advice and counsel. Yep.
And that impacts the accuracy of the emissions measurements.
That is correct. Sometimes we have found, and many studies have validated, you have emissions factors that are sometimes, when you subject those facilities to direct measurement, we find that there are inaccurate in terms of overestimation and underestimation. So we find factors in both directions when we subject those facilities to direct measurement.
Project Canary does not quantify methane emissions from any natural gas operations. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. We do quantify emissions we quantify total site emissions from facilities where we have our quantification algorithm in place and devices that are capable of detecting methane emissions. That is our Canary X device. It has been subject to rigorous testing at the Colorado State University Methane Emissions Testing Center. We have probably done more testing there than any other technology. In fact, we have testing ongoing presently as we speak.
Can you clarify what percentage of the methane emissions will be quantified?
Yes, I can. So we have conducted testing at METEC. I'm just referring to some internal documents that stipulate that the Project Canary quantification algorithm has a 1% error on cumulative emissions quantification, and we derive those values over a 3-week period of testing at METEC.
Okay.
And furthermore, just to enunciate that a bit more, when we were testing there in 2022, the study showed that 94% of the controlled releases were detected by our monitoring devices, and that the data analysis system had a 0 erroneous offsite detection percentage, and that the study indicated that the minimum detectable emissions rate for Project Canary's system was 0.091 kilograms of methane per hour. And additionally, 90% of the leaks larger than 0.5 kilograms of methane per hour were also detectable. That was a study that was conducted in 2022 at METEC, and that information is available on the Project Canary website. And we identified our performance as unit F, as tester F. And we've made significant efforts to make that information transparent to the public because we want them to know.
So in your testimony, you say that there is general agreement that certified natural gas has a measured methane intensity of 0.2%. Is that or less. Is that correct?
That's correct. And others have pointed to a slightly higher methane intensity. I've heard 0.25, I've heard 0.2. But generally, yes, 0.2 is seen as the rate at which most operators are performing or are aiming to perform to, including the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which makes up a group of about 30% of global production. These are large integrated and independent oil and gas producers aiming to reduce their methane emissions.
Okay. So because certified natural gas is voluntary and there's no official standard, does Project Canary always hold itself to certifying natural gas at only methane intensities of 0.2%?
Well, if an operator's methane intensity was above 0.2 and we had a stipulation that it was at 0.2, then we would not certify that gas, just as an example.
Okay. If buyers purchase certified natural gas that is not part of a registry, how can they be sure that it meets a low methane intensity?
Well, they would rely on the representations by the producer, certified or validated by an external third party, verified effectively by an an outside third party. Pardon me.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fangiem. And on to you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me.
I thought the commissioners may want to examine question first.
Knew I'd forget something eventually. Ms. Dundas, any Commission Council questions for Mr. Miller?
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions either.
I also have no questions. I'm sorry, I was presumptive. Now we're back to you, Mr. Tate, for redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Miller, you were asked a moment ago about methane intensity standards of 0.2 and 0.25. How do those standards compare to existing state or federal regulations in effect now?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Tate. As previously discussed, methane intensity is gaining more recognition and importance because of its oversized or outside climate impacts. And so operators across the board, producers that is, and folks who manage natural gas are aiming to reduce their emissions to a level that is effectively doesn't add an incremental impact to greenhouse gas emissions. And so what we're seeing is methane intensity rates emerge from entities like the state of Virginia, which has a certified gas methane intensity standard of 0.2. We also have seen in the federal Inflation Reduction Act a stipulation that operators should not exceed in total a methane intensity of 0.2%. Additionally, we've seen entities like EDF point to a 0.2 standard in some of their certification white paper guidance. And then additionally, I'd mention that the state of California last year considered some legislation that was intended to ensure that any natural gas imported into the state of California, of which 90% is, it's the second largest user of natural gas after the state of Texas. And they were looking to adopt a low methane intensity standard for natural gas imports. There was a lot of discussion around 0.2 being the threshold. That legislation passed the state Senate, it passed a committee in the House, but because of considerations beyond many people's control, it didn't ultimately get passed into law. But there are active discussions ongoing this year about introducing similar legislation. So what we're seeing is sort of activity across the country as well as internationally pointing to a lower methane intensity beyond what are the averages. And I think the averages in the United States are something around, industry averages are something around 0.8%, which if you achieved a methane intensity rate of 0.2, that would be fully a 75% reduction. And we think it's important to continue to support the industry as and where and while we're going to continue to utilize natural gas through the energy transition, that indeed we should make whatever efforts we can to reduce the methane intensity of those molecules.
And would it be fair to say that in this regard, the efforts in industry with producers and entities like Project Canary in terms of dealing with methane intensity and certified natural gas are probably ahead of the regulatory bodies, both at state and federal levels, in terms of setting those limits?
Yes, I would agree with that generally. We are seeing increasing interest, as I mentioned, in states like California and elsewhere. And we believe that these markets have obviously developed voluntarily, and that increasing things like direct measurement, EDF recently launched a satellite, so that will bring more scrutiny and transparency into the production and transmission segments. And we think that it will bring the right level of attention to these issues and help drive further reductions, further transparency in the market for produced natural gas molecules.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have no other redirect for Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Ms. Van Giem, did you have something?
Not anymore, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Tate. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your testimony. You are free to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Next up, we have Mr. Goodenough from Public Service Company of Colorado.
Thank you. Philip Roselli here for the company, and the company would call John Goodenough to the stand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Roselli. Mr. Goodenough, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone right now?
I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
And if that changes, can you please let me know?
I will.
Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Roselli.
Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, could you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is John Goodenough, JohnGoodenough.
Thank you. And you filed 3 testimonies in this proceeding, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the record is clear, you filed your direct testimony hearing Exhibit 103.
Yes.
And supplemental direct testimony hearing Exhibit 113.
Yes.
And rebuttal testimony hearing Exhibit 118.
That is correct.
And these have been marked and already admitted into the record. Do you have any corrections to any of those testimonies that you filed?
I believe there is one correction to my direct testimony, which is a table showing demand.
Okay. Let's go pull that up and we'll talk about that and then seek to get that admitted. So it should be in the company's box as hearing Exhibit 103 Rev 1. If Ms. Federico, if you can pull that up from the company's box. And take us down to page 18, if you could, please. And you might need to scroll a little bit. I think the corrections are within the table. Mr. Goodenough, are these the corrections you were just starting to discuss?
Yes, they are. And this was a correction to the residential and commercial split of the peak. But the total peak remained unchanged. It was just the split between the 2 classes.
Okay. Were there any other corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
Okay. With that, I would move the admission of hearing Exhibit 103 Rev 1.
Any objections? Hearing none, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Goodenough is available for examination. I don't think there are any remaining cross-examination minutes left because I think UCA waived, so I think it's down to commissioner questions.
I agree with you, Mr. Roselli. Thank you. Ms. Dundas?
No questions from me for this witness. Thank you.
Excellent. Anything, Commissioner Plant?
I have no questions.
Okay. I have just a couple questions for you, Mr. Goodenough.
Sounds good.
So in your rebuttal testimony, you describe what you see as a reduction in the use per customer in your base model of 5.7% by 2028, 27.4% by 2050. And you say that's based on market electrification, DSM programs, company BE programs, and assumptions about reduction in energy intensity. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds correct, Commissioner Gilman.
Okay. I was just curious, is the forecasting methodology that you used here the same or different than you used in the company's gas infrastructure plan filed earlier this year?
It's rooted in the same methodology, but the one thing I will note is that our methods are evolving as we get more information and as time goes on. The reason I say it's rooted in the same methodology, we're still using, statistically adjusted end use models as I have discussed in my testimonies before. But for this clean heat plan, we incorporated assumptions about the reductions due to market electrification and the company sponsored beneficial electrification program. So that was kind of an enhancement or, part of the evolution of the forecasting process since the forecast was developed for the GIP.
Okay. So this essentially shows lower future usage than what was portrayed in the GIP. Is that a fair comparison?
That is correct. I will just clarify or make sure it's clear that that's on a throughput basis. And I have not produced forecasts for the capacity needs and didn't create anything for this proceeding for the capacity needs.
Okay, that's a helpful distinction. Thank you. And then you also state that the impact of local policies and building codes is implicitly included, but specific policies are not explicitly included. Is that fair?
That is correct.
So kind of a peanut butter approach of dispersed advanced energy policies maybe in the state. And I was wondering, do you have any kind of basis or assumptions on what the average building code or efficiency is that's modeled in this implicit consideration of building code policy?
Not to my knowledge. We use data it's kind of an energy intensity measure by appliance that we get from an external vendor. Itron is the provider of that. And that data is rooted in EIA, Energy Information Administration modeling. So there are kind of assumptions they use as they're producing their long-term energy outlook. I don't know, specifically what assumptions they're using on average building codes in any region, but they are taking those things into account as they develop their forecasts. They're taking into account, improvements in building shell efficiency and improvements in appliance efficiencies, and we're bringing that into our forecast.
Okay, and is that information from them like climate or state specific, or is it national?
It's regional. So I believe we use the mountain division, the trends evident in the mountain division, which Colorado is a part of.
Okay. And then also in your rebuttal, you discussed that the market electrification adjustment that I think so is that's something you do on top of this implicit forecast with the building codes that comes indirectly from EIA?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so the market electrification adjustment happens on top of that.
Yes.
Okay, and you say that's constructed to account for the pace of electrification outside of the company's sponsored VE programs. And it's based on recent electrification trends observed by the company, right?
That's right.
And this same adjustment is where the market electrification adjustment is where the company is trying to forecast around external factors like IRA funding or things like that?
Again, implicitly, but yes, that we would be modeling the impacts of such policies as market electrification or outside of the company sponsored programs.
Okay, but that would flow through in this market electrification adjustment.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a little confused by kind of the friction there on to my understanding, most of the IRA funding, especially the kind of like direct to consumer stuff, helping to promote heat pumps, is not necessarily fully deployed at this point. Certainly wasn't deployed in, probably recent trends. And so how would this adjustment be based on recent trends observed by the company, but also be inclusive of these policies that have not been fully brought to the market yet?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And I would say that the way we would calculate that market electrification adjustment will change over time as we potentially start to see the impacts of some of these policies. At this point, we're uncertain as to what the impact would be, so we haven't tried to make kind of an assumption of an acceleration of the market electrification trends to account for those. It is largely backward looking. The other thing I would note, though, is we start to get into the world of potential double counting if we start to do accelerated market electrification trends and company sponsored beneficial electrification programs, particularly as likely through this proceeding, those company programs get larger and larger. There's the risk of double counting if we're adjusting for both that and customers taking advantage of, say, federal incentives.
Okay. And with regard to your inclusion of customer sponsored programs, like company sponsored programs, like the company's BE plan, what was your assumption around that? Was your assumption that you hit the goals established for each year in terms of electrification in the latest BE plan?
So we used the information from the DSM strategic issues filing, and we are provided that from, fortunately, another witness in this case, Mr. Mark, so he can probably give you a little more detail on how those numbers were constructed.
Okay, but you took the outcomes of the DSM-SI for electrification goals and then modeled those in your forecasting, presuming that the electrification goals are met. Is that?
Yeah. So the effects of the DSM-SI that we were provided by the DSM team were included in our base forecast as a reduction to sales.
Okay. And just one more thing. I know the company projects declines in per customer usage. Is that's fair?
That is.
Are you in any way tracking this to kind of understand the depth and prevalence of those declines in the market? Like, are you or can you be tracking, say, new gas customers and their use per customer versus, say, the average customer base, so you can understand on more an acute basis rather than waiting for the average to change? Can you look at new customers in isolation and say, is there a fundamentally different value here?
Yeah, that is something we have the data to do. We're not tracking that currently, but as the evolution of the forecasting process, those are things that we intend to start tracking.
Okay. Those are my only questions. So we'll go back to you, Mr. Roselli.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you. You are free to go, Mr. Goodenough. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Given the timing, let me see who my first questioner is. Mr. Oss. Yeah, why don't we take a quick 10-minute break before we bring Mr. Oss up, give court reporter a break this morning. So let's come back at 10:43 with Mr. Oss, if that makes sense. Thank you. See you at 10:43. check and see if we've got court reporter back with us.
I'm ready.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we are back with Mr. Oss. So who will be introducing? Mr. Eisenberg?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We don't have no volume here at the moment. We're working on it. I think we have it now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Apologies, Chair, we're ready to call Mr. Oss if that's the next order of business.
That's the next thing I got.
Public service calls Dan Oss.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Oss. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone where you're testifying?
Yes.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If either of those things change during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes.
Excellent. He's available to you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Thank you. Mr. Oss, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Energy and environmental economics, and I'm a partner there.
And did you cause to be filed into this docket your direct testimony and attachments, hearing exhibit 102, your supplemental direct testimony, hearing exhibit 112, and your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 117?
Yes.
We have one minor correction. If we could pull from the company's box, hearing exhibit 102, attachment DRA 1, Rev 1. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Oss, this is a copy of your report, which was DRA 1. What we've done is removed an errant privilege header and fixed the page numbering. And if you could just confirm, Mr. Oss, there are no other additional corrections other than that to this document. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Move the admission of DRA 1, Rev 1.
Any objections? All right. So admitted.
So Mr. Oss's testimony and attachments have been admitted into evidence, and he is available for cross-examination.
Excellent. Let's see who I've got up first here, Mr. Oss. I have Conservation Coalition first for 30 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Oss. My name is Jim Dennison, and I'll be asking you some questions on behalf of the Conservation Coalition.
Good morning.
I'd like to start with the discussion of heat pump costs in your rebuttal testimony. Could we please pull up exhibit 117 and go to page 10? Thank you. So in this table and in a similar table on the next page, page 11, Mr. Oss, you compare the incremental heat pump costs from the pollution-free buildings report to incremental costs in Colorado from other studies that you've reviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
And you conclude that the incremental costs from the report are significantly lower than those in the other studies that you looked at, right?
From those referred to in SWIP 2023 used in the report, yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to continue calling it pollution-free buildings just sort of for clarity and consistency, if that's all right with you.
That's right, yep.
Okay, so I'd like to just walk through now and try to understand the source of this difference that you've identified. So the heat pump costs themselves from the pollution-free buildings report, that's the top row in the middle column in these two tables, those aren't significantly lower than the corresponding costs from the other studies listed in the table, are they?
That's correct. They're approximately the same as many of the other studies.
Okay. Now if we go to page 11, Thank you. I believe you said in a discovery response that the heat pump cost values, again, in that middle row, all include both a heat pump and a furnace, except for the top row, which just includes the heat pump cost with no furnace, correct?
Correct.
And that top row is, again, it's for the pollution-free buildings report, right?
Correct.
Okay, but all of the furnace plus AC values in the next column to the right, including that top row, include both a furnace and an AC cost, right?
Yes.
So you've got a furnace in both the heat pump cost and the furnace plus AC column for every study except the pollution-free buildings report, correct?
Objection misstates his testimony.
I'm just,
Yeah, Mr. Jennison.
sorry.
No, can you ask the question again, just so I can hear it again?
The question was just confirming that we've got a furnace in the heat pump cost and the furnace plus AC column for all the studies except the pollution-free buildings report.
And I'm reporting it that way for the pollution-free buildings report because that's the way it was reported in that report. That is to say, the semi-cold climate heat pump cost in that study excluded the cost of a replacement furnace.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that what you're showing in this table, what I just described reflects the entries on this table, that there's that difference for this one row that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I believe that's labeled in the heat pump type column.
Okay. And the incremental electrification cost in the farthest right column, that's the heat pump cost minus the furnace plus AC column, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're aware that the furnace cost used in the pollution-free building report is $8,500, correct?
I'm aware, yes.
And if you added this $8,500 to the heat pump cost in your table, that would change the incremental electrification cost from negative 8,000 to positive 500, wouldn't it?
If that was the view you were taking, however, the comparison that I did here was sort of objecting to that framing writ large, that the correct way of doing a hybrid heat pump is simply the air source heat pump costs plus the furnace costs. I don't believe that's correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to confirm that if the comparison was framed in the way I've described, that would be the result. And I think I heard you agree. Is that right?
Yes, but I would not do the comparison in that way.
Okay, and I recognize we're going to differ on that point, and that's okay. But just to confirm, the $500 that we were just talking about, that's within the negative 1,000 to positive 7,000 range that you report for the NREL study lower down in the table, isn't it?
Objection asked and answered. He's now trying to make Mr. Oss testify as to Sierra Club's position.
If I could respond,
Yep.
I don't think an asked and answered objection is appropriate. I'm asking about a different row on the table we haven't been talking about yet.
Respond if you're able, Mr. Ross.
If I could just expand on why I think the comparison isn't appropriate and why I wouldn't do that, it's because typically a heat pump cost includes the cost of an air handler, which is redundant with a
We let the witness answer the question, please, Chair.
Well, I would love to hear an answer to the question, but what I'm hearing is not an answer to the question. And Mr. Ross, if you want to talk about your views about how to frame up the comparison, you can do that with your counsel on redirect. But I'd just like an answer to my question now.
Can you repeat the question?
Repeat the question so it's clear what he's being asked.
Sure. So the $500 that you would get from adding the $8,500 to the negative 8,000 that we've been talking about, that's within the negative 1,000 to positive 7,000 range that you report for the NREL study in the incremental electrification cost column lower down in the table, correct?
That is mathematically true, yes.
Okay. Now, the reason that you make these incremental cost comparisons is to evaluate the reasonableness of the pollution-free building portfolio's program costs, right?
Yes, insofar as those program costs were based off of the incremental costs per the report describing that portfolio.
Okay, and so that it's because the incremental heat pump costs help inform the modeled incentive levels, which are a factor in determining the program costs that you're looking at them, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the program costs are based on the modeled incentive levels, not the incremental heat pump costs directly, right?
Not directly, no.
So for purposes of evaluating program costs, it's the modeled incentive levels that really matter. And the incremental cost assumptions just help inform those incentive levels, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, for purposes of evaluating program costs, it's the modeled incentive levels that matter. And the incremental cost assumptions are just kind of an input that help inform the incentive levels, correct?
Yes, I suppose the final math is number of heat pumps times incentives, though the incentives as described were based off of the incremental costs.
Okay. So setting aside the incremental costs for a moment, I want to look directly at incentive levels. Are you aware that the modeled residential incentive levels for the pollution-free buildings report are $4,000 for a cold climate heat pump and $1,500 for a standard heat pump in 2024?
Yes, and then I believe they decline over time.
Okay, let's stick with just the 2024 levels for now, and then we can talk about trends over time later. But just to clarify, the portfolio isn't proposing, for example, a cold climate heat pump incentive of negative $500, which is the incremental cost that you list in your table, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the company just had heat pump rebates of $2,200 approved in its 2023 DSM and BE plan, as described in Mr. Mark's direct testimony in this case?
I'm aware.
So the company's current heat pump rebates fall into the middle of the range of 2024 heat pump incentives in the pollution-free buildings portfolio, right?
You're referring to the middle of the range between the hybrid heat pumps and the all-electric heat pumps?
Yeah, it falls between the 4,000 and the 1,500 that we were just talking about, right?
Yes, I suppose on the lower end, but yes, it falls below. It falls in that range.
Okay. And the base heat pump incentive that you used in your modeling for a single family home that uses 700 therms is about $2,100, correct?
We did not model specific incentives. We modeled a program cost based off a dollars per decatherm value.
Okay. I mean, we can pull up the spot in your testimony where this $2,100 figure comes from, but I guess for purposes of trying to get a kind of an apples to apples comparison, is that $2,100 for a single family home using 700 therms? Is that correct from your testimony?
Yeah, and I believe we offered that value as sort of a benchmark comparison.
Okay. And so that $2,100, it similarly falls in the middle of these 2024 incentives from the pollution-free buildings portfolio, right?
Between the 4,000 and the 1,500. Sorry, I'm getting a little confused between the numbers you're stating and the numbers here on the screen.
Oh yeah, and sorry, I think actually we're done with this exhibit now, so we can pull those down. Sorry about that.
Make sure it's clear which numbers we're talking about.
Okay. So yeah, just on the last question, the 2,100 is in between that range, correct?
Yeah, the 1,500 to 4,000.
Okay. So would you agree then that the pollution-free buildings report's 2024 incentive levels are generally consistent with the company's current incentive levels and the base incentive levels that you modeled?
In 2024.
Okay. Thank you. So now I'd like to move on and talk about the incentive scalars that you use in your modeling. So as you explained in your initial report, E3 used electrification incentive scalars that cause modeled BE incentives to increase as the sales share of electric equipment increases, correct?
Yes.
So for the hybrid electrification measures, you assume that incentives increase on a trajectory that goes up to 1.4 times the base incentive in order to reach a 60% share of equipment sales, and increases to double the base incentive to reach a 100% share of equipment sales. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes, so there are some intermediate steps between those values.
Right. And I just, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through each of them.
Yeah.
And so then for full electrification measures, you assumed a trajectory that doubles the base incentive to reach a 60% share of sales, and it increases to 6 times the base incentive to reach 100% share of sales. Is that right?
Yeah, again, not to belabor it, but there's also intermediate values there as well.
Okay. And you only applied the scalars to BE measures, not to other DSM measures, correct?
That's correct.
And as we were talking about before, modeled incentive levels are an important driver of the program cost of portfolios that include BE, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You note in your report that you use these incentive scalars for BE at the direction of the company, right?
Yeah, in direction and in consultation with.
Okay. Prior to this case, you've authored several analyses examining building electrification for utilities and states, correct?
Yes.
In these previous BE analyses, you've never used incentive scalars like these, have you?
Those previous studies, no, the answer is no. Those previous studies were fundamentally different. There are more backward-looking studies saying what's the overall amount of incremental funding needed. So more of a missing money analysis rather than an incentive tailoring analysis.
Okay. And your testimony doesn't identify any other BE analyses that have used these scalars, does it?
No, because to the best of my knowledge, no other BE proceeding has attempted adoption levels of this scale.
Okay. You stated in a discovery response that you use these scalars here based on economic theory. Is that right?
Combination of economic theory, our assessment of the missing money, and our assessment of what other program levels were from other examples around the country in North America.
Okay. Could you point to anything in your testimony that shows an empirical basis for the magnitude of the scalars you used? That is not just the fact that incentives increase, but the specific slope of the increase that you've assumed?
The slope in particular? The levels, yes, we can benchmark to the Massachusetts, rotating programs. We can benchmark to programs from Puget Sound Energy and others. The slope was on modeling design for this proceeding, which was essentially designed to help us assess a higher program cost as we attempt to get into higher levels of market penetration.
Okay, and so these other incentive levels that you mentioned benchmarking against, those aren't, there's nothing in your testimony like tying those incentive levels to certain percentages of sales share in the way that would correspond to the scalars that you use, correct?
Not specifically. We looked at jurisdictions that had very ambitious building electrification goals, of a similar ambition to the Colorado.
So now let's talk through some of the economic theory that you describe in your rebuttal testimony. So you say that supply curves are generally upward sloping, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this is generally because as you increase supply, the lower cost inputs to producing that supply get exhausted, so the marginal cost of producing another unit increases?
That's one part of it. I'd say in this one, there's also consumer demand for electrification, so willingness to pay, which also manifests as an upward supply curve from the company's resource procurement perspective.
Okay. But over time, perhaps in response to elevated prices, market participants, including consumers, and those that are dealing with consumers, can take actions and investments that would alleviate these constraints and expand production capacity in various ways. Would you agree that's possible?
Which production constraints are you referring to? Specifically those I mentioned in my testimony or others?
Well, just generally, if we were talking about how as you increase supply, you come up against constraints on production. Would you agree that actions and investments can be taken to alleviate those constraints over time?
Yes, you can certainly alleviate supply constraints over time. And the constraints I mentioned in particular were, potential production constraints for heat pumps themselves, as well as constraints for installers in the market.
Okay. And we'll talk through some of those in more detail in a moment. But just to finish this up, would it be fair to say that even where supply curves are upward sloping at a given point in time, these investments over time could tend to counteract that effect to some degree?
Well, again, the supply curves are upward sloping for multiple reasons. There is the supply constraint, the constraint of heat pumps and heat pump installers. There's also just the fact that as you get further into the building stock, so we tried to represent some heterogeneity in the building stock, the projects themselves just become more expensive. So if you're in an older building, you might require a more expensive upgrade. I think we can agree. As well as the consumer preferences, which we also mentioned. So some folks are going to be eager and excited to electrify and will be willing to do so with a relatively low incentive, regardless of their cost to themselves, whereas others are going to be less interested. And again, we're talking about scenarios here that get to 65 or even 100% market penetration. And so you're going to need to get both the early adopters and those who are less enthusiastic.
Okay. And, again, we'll talk through those in detail in a moment, but maybe just sticking with the supply side constraints for a moment. Are you with me that investments over time could tend to counteract the upward sloping nature of supply curves that you would observe at a given point in time?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay. But the incentive scalars that you used in your modeling, those don't change over time, right? You use the same scalar for a given sales percentage in every program year of your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
So now let's talk through some of those reasons you give in your rebuttal testimony for why you would assume the supply curve for electrification is upward sloping. You say that one reason is that consumers may have different willingness to participate in electrification programs and that higher incentives are required to capture the less interested customers. Is that right?
Yes.
A customer's willingness to participate could change over time, couldn't it?
Yes, it could.
For example, if the customer learned more about electrification, that could make them more comfortable with participating in a VE program, right?
Certainly some customers.
Or if contractors that the customer was working with started recommending or promoting electrification, that could have a similar effect, right?
I agree.
So if the company invested in customer and contractor education, that could increase some customers' willingness to participate at a given incentive level, couldn't it?
It could.
Did you point me to anywhere in your testimony showing that you've accounted for this effect of investing in customer and contractor education in your modeled incentive levels?
I don't think it's possible to account for that effect, given what we know today. Those market transformation activities and their effects have not been observed. So I think the scalars we identified were meant to be inclusive of both the increasing costs, the willingness to pay, and potential market constraints needing to be overcome. So the specific levels that are needed, given the market transformation activities that might occur, is something that I think we'll learn as the Clean Heat program is implemented.
Okay, so just to be clear, I think that was a no, right?
A no, because I don't believe it would have been possible to do so.
Okay. You said that another reason you assume an upward sloping electrification supply curve is that electrification can have upfront cost premiums, right?
Yes.
But elsewhere, you say that learning by doing can reduce electrification costs over time, correct?
Yes.
And you, in fact, account for this learning by doing explicitly in your modeling by incorporating NREL's projected electric equipment cost decreases, don't you?
Yes.
And all else equal, learning by doing will cause supply curves to be more downward sloping than they otherwise would be, correct?
It would decrease the slope of the upward sloping, whether it tilts them to being downward sloping. I don't necessarily say I can agree with that based off what I know.
Okay. But it would decrease, cause the slope to trend more negative than it would be otherwise. I think we agree on that, yes?
Yes.
But even though you incorporate NREL's projected cost decreases elsewhere in your model, you don't incorporate them into your modeled incentive levels, do you?
Well, yes and no. What I'll say is our incentive levels, you're right, don't vary over time. And again, I think you're asking whether we went to a degree of precision that would not have really made sense given the purpose of this model, right? Which is not necessarily to design incentives, but to do a long-term planning model for a clean heat portfolio. But in terms of, whether the incentive levels account for learning by doing or other effects, I think you can see at the end result of our work. There's a figure in my direct testimony that I don't have immediately open in front of me. I can find it, just give me one moment, where we compared the upfront cost to the, it's figure 5 on page 21 of hearing exhibit 102, where we compare the direct upfront costs, net of the counterfactual, and then we also compare those with Excel incentives. And in that comparison, the incentives that we calculated are approximately equal to the incremental costs, inclusive of those learning by doing effects and decreased costs over time. So we didn't do it in the scalars themselves, but the result we view as reasonable in light of the outcome.
Okay, I appreciate the detail, but just to confirm, the scalars themselves, I think I heard you say, do not incorporate the projected cost decreases from NREL that you have incorporated explicitly elsewhere in the modeling, correct?
Correct.
You also say that as more HVAC contractors enter the heat pump market, the cost of installations may fall, correct?
That would be one of the factors that would cause the declines that NREL have projected.
So if the company invested in, say, workforce development programs, that could make the electrification supply curve more downward sloping than it would otherwise be, correct?
Potentially.
Can you point me to anywhere in your testimony showing that you've explicitly accounted for this effect of investing in workforce development in your modeled incentive levels?
Again, the incentive levels are simply the dollars per decatherm therm times the incentive scalars, which don't change over time.
Okay, so that's a no.
That's a no.
Okay. And another reason you give for assuming an upward sloping electrification curve is that low-income customers may require higher incentives than other customers, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the company's current income qualified DSM and DE programs cover the full cost of installed equipment?
At a high level.
And are you aware that the pollution-free buildings portfolio likewise proposes to cover full equipment costs for income qualified programs?
Yes.
If a portfolio covers full equipment costs for income qualified participants in all program years, then the incentive level provided to those income qualified customers won't change as a function of the electric equipment sales percentage, will it?
Yes. If you were attempting to model the incentive design in the model specifically.
So are you agreeing that it would not change under the conditions I described?
If you were attempting to model the exact incentives, which is not what we were doing.
Okay, but yeah, just asking about the low-income customers there. In other studies that you've conducted, you stated that as customers start to electrify, the resulting increase in gas rates will incentivize some customers to electrify, correct?
Potential, that's more of a hypothetical. It hasn't occurred yet.
Okay, but it's an effect that you predict and I think describe it in some length in some of your other studies.
Yes, I have.
Is that right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the company's amended preferred portfolio is expected to increase gas rates and decrease electric rates?
At a high level, yes.
And are you aware that the company's flex portfolio is similarly projected to increase gas rates and decrease electric rates?
Again, at a high level, yes.
Okay. And your incentive scalars don't account for any effect of increasing gas rates on the pace of electrification, correct?
They do not.
All right. Just a few more questions. Would you agree that the reasonableness of your model outputs depends on the reasonableness of your model inputs?
Yes, and I think it's reasonable insofar as the outputs and inputs are well aligned for the figure I just mentioned.
Okay, and I'm changing gears now, but just at a high level, okay, outputs.
That is true of any modeling exercise, yes.
Okay. So if the input assumptions about the available supply of a measure are unreasonable, the model may return a result that's unreasonable, correct?
Yes, the reasonableness of the model outputs are tied to the model inputs. Yes, I agree.
And likewise, if the assumed cost of a measure is unreasonable, the model may return an unreasonable result, right?
This is true of all inputs and outputs. Yes, I agree.
Okay, all right. Are you aware that the company issued a request for information regarding supplies of recovered methane?
I am, yes.
And the company received responses to that RFI after it filed its application in this case, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So when you conducted your modeling, you hadn't yet seen any responses to the company's RFI for recovered methane, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you made assumptions for your modeling about the availability and the supply and price of recovered methane before the company had received these RFI responses, right?
Yes.
And your rebuttal testimony doesn't contain any discussion of whether your assumptions about the available supply and cost of recovered methane are consistent with the responses to the RFI, does it?
No.
All right. Thank you. That's just quick look here. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
In a minute, Mr. Dennison, much better performance than I normally have. Thank you. Next up, I have sweep 45 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I do not expect to use the full amount of time or not even anything near it. It seems as Mr. Dyson has covered a good amount of my topic areas. But good morning, Mr. Ross. My name is Robert Ragone with Earth Justice, and I'll be asking you questions on today on behalf of SWEEP. In particular, I wanted to talk to you about E3's clean heat portfolio modeling. And to start with the big picture here, E3 developed a clean heat portfolio model that identified the lowest cost combinations of supply and demand side resources, correct?
Correct, subject to constraints.
Yes. And at the first stage of E3's portfolio analysis model, E3 conducted cost tests to clean heat resources, right?
Yes, the total resource cost.
So if we could please pull up here exhibit 102, attachment DRA1, suppose Rev 1, and turn to page 27.
Just taking a second to open. Give me 1 minute.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, page 27. So if we could scroll down so we could see tables 12 and 13. So as we see on tables 12 and 13, E3 calculated costs for demand side resources and supply side resources differently, right?
We use the total resource cost test for both of them, but they have different components for that test, yes.
And those components are different, right?
Yes.
And for demand resources, E3's model didn't consider avoided gas system operations and maintenance costs, did it?
For the total resource cost test, that's correct.
And still looking at demand side resources, E3's model didn't consider avoided gas system capital costs, did it?
In this model, that's correct. In the benefit cost model, it did.
And you would agree that if it was considered by the model, that these benefits would impact the model's results, right?
It would impact the inputs, whether it would impact the outputs. I don't know the answer to without conducting that work.
Fair enough. Now, if we scroll down to page 45 on the same exhibit, and scroll down a little bit more, please. Yes, down to table 2035. So the E3 model also made assumptions that assign generation, transmission, and distribution upgrade costs to beneficial electrification, right?
Yes.
And the basic principle here is that when a customer electrifies, they increase their electricity consumption, and that increased electric load may result in additional costs to upgrade the electric system. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the company based these costs on its avoided cost calculations from the 2023 DSM and BE plan, right?
Yes.
And here, sorry, thought I heard some feedback there. And here, the E3 report assigns $7.89 kilowatts per month to BE for generation costs, right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that public services electric system is currently a summer peaking system?
Yes.
And sorry, I'm hearing some feedback. Is anyone else?
Not on my end now.
As well.
If anyone is off mute besides Mr. Ross and Mr. Ragonin, please mute yourself.
My apologies, that is just me. So, sorry, just to make sure that I had the right answer here. I think I just got distracted by the feedback. You're aware that public service electric system is currently a summer peaking system?
Yes, and just to be clear, this number is applied to the coincident peak of the system. So insofar as we add load to the summer peak, it would apply this value.
Right.
No.
And you're also generally aware that in the company's last electric resource plan, it projected that summer peak loads would grow faster than winter peak loads between 2022 and 2030, right?
I'm not aware of that plan in its details.
Or
if I have been, I don't recall it at the moment.
No worries. I could just quickly refresh your recollection here, and open up hearing exhibit 700 attached JB4. And then if we go to page 4 really quickly, and zoom in a bit, and scroll down. Great. So Mr. Oss, you can see here, that generally Mr. Branton, his attachment included summer coincident peak and winter coincident peak. Is that right?
Could you just lay a foundation as to what document this is and what we're looking at, where it comes from?
Sure. Now, Mr. Ross, did you review Mr. Brandt's answer testimony?
I did, yes.
And so this was one of the work papers attached to his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you reviewed his testimony and his respective work papers?
Yes.
And so in this particular part of the work paper, he includes summer coincidence peak and winter coincidence peak. You see that?
Yes, however, I believe it's with respect to the 2021 ERP, which I don't believe is that the most recent one? I'm asking for clarification.
Yes. So yeah, to establish, you're aware that this last 2021 ERP, the last ERP phase 1 case.
Yes, I'll take your word for it, though I'm not intimately familiar with resource planning in Colorado from the electric side.
Fair enough. And would you, based on your assessment of these summer coincidence peaks and winter coincidence peaks, that this ERP predicted that summer peak loads would grow faster than winter peak loads between 2022 and 2030?
In these data, though, I'll note that the company provided us with an updated forecast that we use in the benefit cost analysis, which I think might be, again, a more updated view. And I'm not sure about the relative growth rates in that off the top of my head.
But based on this data, that is what's currently present.
Yeah, but again, I don't believe these data are up to date to the best of my understanding.
Fair enough. Well, you'd agree, though, that heat pumps typically. Sorry, I'm getting feedback again.
I'll try muting while I'm not speaking. I'll see if that helps.
So you'd agree that heat pumps typically add to the winter peak load and not the summer peak load, as they increase the customer's electricity consumption the most during cold winter time periods?
I would agree with that in homes that already have air conditioning. So those homes, the incremental load will primarily be in the winter. However, a significant number of homes don't have air conditioning in the company's system. I can't recall the exact number. It's between 30 and 40%. And for those homes, that would be incremental load in the summer cooling period.
Okay, well, you've reviewed, as you stated, Mr. Brandt's testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
And do you recall that he concluded that even with the rate of electrification under the pollution-free buildings portfolio, the company's electric system will remain summer peaking through 2030?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to disagree with this conclusion, do you?
Based off of the amount of hybrid heat pumps in that scenario, I think approaching something like a dual peaking system would be my expectation in that time frame, subject to a lot of uncertainties in this type of analysis.
Okay, and if that's the case, then beneficial electrification will not require the level of investments in additional generation resources that the E3 model assumes, will it?
Objection, vague. Speculation.
Mr. Gunner,
I can rephrase, Commissioner Gilman.
give it a try. Thank you.
So based on that, beneficial electrification won't necessarily require additional generation resources, which E3 model assumes, right?
Well, the last thing you said there is a little bit incorrect. So we only model incremental generation resources when the coincident peak of the system increases. And so in the 2030 clean heat model, that will only occur in cases where the measure increases the coincident summer peak, because the model doesn't dynamically calculate the change in summer versus winter peak in it. In our benefit cost analysis work that we did, the model only adds transmission, primary distribution, and generation costs when the existing summer headroom of the system is exhausted. So I would dispute the notion that we didn't take this headroom into account in all aspects of the modeling.
Fair enough. Let me just do one quick check here. No further questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Gonin. Next, I have WRA with 45 minutes. And if you think you'll be close to the full 45?
It may be closer to 30 minutes, Commissioner, but definitely under the 45.
Okay, sounds like a great time for lunch when you're done. Perfect.
Something to look forward to. All right, good. It is still morning. Good morning, Mr. Oss. My name is Parks Broso, and I represent Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning.
And I'd like to discuss 3 subjects with you today: clean fuels, recovered methane, and heat pump costs.
Okay.
And Mr. Oss, I'd like to start with your supplemental direct testimony, which is hearing exhibit 112. And while that's being pulled up, as part of the company's supplemental direct filing, it provided a cost benefit analysis of each clean heat portfolio. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was a cost benefit analysis in response to a request from the Commission in decision number C23A-0392EG.
Yes.
And for the record, that cost benefit analysis was provided as attachment DRA 4, and then an updated version was provided as attachment DRA 8 when the company filed its additional supplemental direct testimony. Are you still with me?
I'm following, yes.
Great. And so if I refer to attachment DRA 8, we both understand that I'm referring to the updated cost benefit analysis.
Yep.
And staying here with Mr. Oss's supplemental testimony, could we please scroll to the bottom of page 8, hanging over onto the top of page 9? Thank you. And here, Mr. Oss, in your testimony, you're identifying the categories of benefits and costs that E3 analyzed.
Yes.
And these categories included avoided fuels, non-fuel direct investments, gas infrastructure, gas O&M, and emissions.
Yes.
And if we scroll just a little bit more to line 6 of page 9, here you're identifying the gas system costs that E3 accounted for. And these include gas capacity, gas O&M, incremental clean fuels O&M, and avoided line extensions.
Yes.
And so anything not listed here was not assigned a cost as part of E3's analysis.
Yes.
And for example, I see that incremental capital spending for clean fuels is not included. Is that correct?
For clean fuels, we were provided with cost data by the company, and my understanding is that those costs would have been reflected there to the extent they are.
Thank you. And let's pull up what that cost data was. If we could please turn to hearing exhibit 1401, attachment BC2. And Mr. Ross, please take a moment to familiarize yourself with this document if you'd like, but for the record, this is the company's response to discovery request WA 410, which is already in the record.
Yes, I see it.
And as we can see here at the top, this request refers to attachment DRA 8, which, as we just discussed earlier, is the updated cost benefit analysis that the company provided.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the question in subpart C here, which asks whether the company modeled any incremental capital spending associated with clean fuels. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we could scroll now to page 2, in the response to C, this states that E3 did not model any incremental capital spending associated with clean fuels.
I'm going to object. Mr. Ross is not the sponsor of this discovery request.
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
So this, I'm not seeking to lay a foundation to introduce this exhibit. It's already in the record. I'm merely pointing to a relevant discovery response that addresses an attachment that Mr. Oss sponsored as part of his testimony, which was DRA 8.
And if I may, that's fair, but this question should have been directed to Mr. Eiley to the extent that my friend on the other side wants more details on the company's answer.
Mr. Bosa, you're asking for more information on this response or more information on the model itself?
I'm going to be pivoting to more information on the model itself.
You could draw kind of a direct link to the modeling. That would be helpful so we can ensure this is appropriate questions for Mr. Oss.
Can do, thank you. So keeping this response that we have pulled up in mind, Mr. Oss, does this mean that for the model, it assumes that the cost to interconnect an RNG or a hydrogen facility to the company's distribution system would be $0?
Objection misstates what this response says. And again, these questions would have better been asked to Mr. Eiley, who can explain the assumptions provided to E3 in more detail.
If I may respond, Commissioner, again, I'm asking about how this is reflected in the modeling, which was presumably prepared by Mr. Oss and E3.
Mr. Oss, do you have a response about how these things were treated in the modeling you conducted?
Just, I think the text is clear that we didn't add any costs, but you asked whether it was zero. I think that is not something I can speak to, and something you should speak to witness Eiley, the company witnesses about.
Okay, we can move on. Mr. Ellis, I would now like to discuss some of the company's assumptions for recovered methane, which you may also hear me refer to as RNG. And I'd like to turn now to your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 117. And I'm looking at page 25. And here you're describing the updated average recovered methane abatement costs that were determined using what you refer to as E3's updated model. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that E3 model itself has been designated as highly confidential. So we won't be looking at the spreadsheet itself, but staying higher level. And so I'd like to spend some time with you looking at figure DRA R2, Mr. Ross, which if we scroll down just a bit further, is on the same page. And this figure includes an optimistic and a conservative supply curve for recovered methane.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that both of these supply curves are upward sloping?
Yes.
Which means that as greater quantities of the commodity is purchased, here recovered methane, the price of that commodity increases.
Yes, so this is something of a static view. It doesn't include, other options that could emerge over time. It's sort of a view of what we think might be available where we are today.
And staying with that knowledge of what we only know today, on line 5, you state that it's your belief that there are, quote, significant emission reductions available from recovered methane using the volumes of recovered methane that we project will be available.
If we could scroll up, I think we said that that value was relative to the $332 per ton estimate cited by WRA Sweep and the Conservation Coalition in the Carbon-Free Buildings report.
Thank you for that clarification. And so here, when you're discussing the volumes of recovered methane that the company projects will be available, does that refer to the entire market of available recovered methane in Colorado?
I think you have to speak with witness Weinberg about whether this represents the entire Colorado market or not. This was presented by the company to E3 as the resources they believed would be available to the company.
Okay. What I won't be able to come back to you, Mr. Ross, so let's try to do what we can with this table in front of us. If we're assuming that this represents the market of recovered methane in Colorado and not somehow a subset of that market that only public service would be able to purchase, is it fair to say that public service is not the only prospective purchaser of recovered methane?
I don't know if the premise of your question is correct about, so I don't want to make the assumption that this is the full supply available to the state of Colorado. And again, I would refer to witness Weinberg, who can remark on that.
Well, just for a moment now, if we can pull up Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 116. And I'm looking at page 93, footnote 122 of that testimony. And here the company is discussing that, at least in terms of the budget for the Flex portfolio, the amount of recovered methane reflects the company's judgment about the size of the viable recovered methane market in Colorado at present.
I would refer to witness Eiley to say specifically what this means. I'm not sure that that is saying that that's the entire market is 20 million or Excel share. It could be either, and I'd suggest talking to the company witnesses about that point.
Okay, we can turn back to your rebuttal testimony now. And so for the purposes of these marginal abatement cost tables, at least, Mr. Oss, does E3's model assume that public service could purchase all of the lower cost tranches of recovered methane that are identified here?
Yes, this is the resource availability and cost that the model sees.
In other words, the model isn't constraining the cost or availability of recovered methane based on what other market actors may do.
Again, I would posit to witness Weinberg that question of whether we have constrained the supply curve based on that, but there's no further constraint applied in our model.
Okay, just to tease out the last bit, I know that you're the modeling witness and not Mr. Weinberg, but there's no further constraint applied in E3's model. And so whatever was provided to E3 in terms of whether this is the full market or a subset of the market, that's what's reflected here in these marginal abatement tables.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And changing subjects now, Mr. Ross, I'll try my best to avoid repeating it, but do you recall having a conversation with counsel for the Conservation Coalition, Mr. Dennison, regarding the table in your testimony that compares residential heat pump costs?
I do remember.
And that is table DRA R2 and DRA R3. Is that correct?
Yes, if we could pull them up, that would be helpful to see.
Yes, and those are staying here in your rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 117. We're looking at pages 10 and 11. And I'm most interested here in page 11, so if we could scroll down to that, please. And again, Mr. House, not trying to repeat the conversation, but to level set, I believe it was your testimony that the heat pump costs in that sweep 2023 row, which is the cost used in the pollution-free buildings report, does not include the cost of a furnace.
Yes, that's my understanding of the sweep value.
And Mr. Ross, are you aware that in the pollution-free buildings portfolio, the report assumed that standard air source heat pumps replaced air conditioners only in residential single-family homes that had an existing furnace?
Yes, I understand that.
So in other words, you're aware that the pollution-free buildings report does not assume that standard air source heat pumps replace furnaces in residential homes.
The root of my rebuttal here is that I believe this incremental cost, this cost 16,500 misses the subsequent cost of the furnace replacement in the report's cost assessment, or the subsequent upgrade to the more expensive cold climate heat pump when the furnace fails. And furthermore, that a proper comparison typically includes the furnace and incremental cost, and just in general that this value for a heat pump relative
Mr. Ross, I appreciate that.
I'm going on.
That's not an answer to my question.
I would
Repeat your question.
appreciate if Mr. Barroso would let the witness answer the question.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I got a little lost in my own response.
Sure. The question was simply, are you aware that the pollution-free buildings report does not assume that standard air source heat pumps replace furnaces in residential homes?
And I'm going to object now as asked and answered, and Mr. Ross has explained why he thinks that the other model has an error.
Right. I think we're pretty clear on the disagreement on this point.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broso. Appreciate it. Let's see. Let me see where we are in our list. I have COSA for 10 minutes. That seems like it'll work pretty well. Ms. Kutzer.
Thank you, Hearing Chair Gilman. Mr. Oz, it's nice to meet you. My name is Ellen Howard Kutzer. I'm an attorney for the Colorado Solar and Storage Association.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm going to be spending a little time with you today talking some more about recovered methane and the assumptions in your analysis. Could we please turn first to Hearing Exhibit 102, Attachment DRA1, I believe that's been corrected, Rev 2. And I'm looking to turn to page 49 of the PDF when we get there.
You said 102 DRA
1. Yep.
Rev 2?
Yep, I believe that's the updated version. Mr. Oz, can you confirm that?
I have a Rev 1.
Is it Rev
1.
1?
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. And page 49, please. Thank you so much. Could you scroll all the way to the bottom? So, Mr. Oz, to level set here, you went over this a bit with Mr. Barossa, but you start here in the recovered methane section. To qualify as a clean heat resource, recovered methane projects must be located in Colorado and meet a recovered methane protocol approved by the AQCC, correct?
Yes.
And that's simply a statement of the Colorado regulations as you understand them, correct?
As I understand them, yes.
Great. So could we scroll down now to the next page at the last paragraph? So if you stop there, thank you so much. Here in the last sentence, you present some information about the cost of qualifying recovered methane. You state the gross cost range from $12 to $62 per MMBTU in the optimistic look, and $18 to $62 in the conservative outlook. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And were these cost estimations based on Colorado recovered methane supply information?
Yeah, these cost ranges were provided by the company.
Okay, great. I'd like to pivot now and spend a little time looking at your rebuttal work papers. Could we please turn to Hearing Exhibit 117, Attachment DRA 14? Mr. Oz, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up, do you recall this work paper, which is the, I believe, updated cost benefit analysis?
Yes, I recall developing it and would appreciate seeing it before I go too much further.
Yeah, definitely. And just as we start off, could you explain to the commission in general what this work paper provides information on as a whole?
Sure. For each clean heat portfolio, it provides the net present value, costs, and benefits across the different factors listed on these tables. And the bottom table shows the factors organized by rule.
Excellent. Could we please take a look at the fuels tab on this exhibit? And I think if you scroll down to the bottom, I'm not as good at this as Commissioner Gilman, but is this the executable version?
No, this is a PDF. I can open the executable to
Could
take
you
me.
please open the executable? My apologies for not pointing that out in the beginning.
Looks like there's a native file on the spreadsheet. That's what I have open.
Okay, and are there tabs down below that would show the individual spreadsheets?
No, I'll have to download the executable. It'll take a couple minutes.
Commissioner Gillian, I apologize. I thought this would be readily available. I just have a few questions regarding a couple of items in the spreadsheet, but it is going to be critical to be able to pull up that tab. I don't know if you want to entertain it now or have me briefly finish after lunch.
We'll see if she gets pulled up in the next minute or two.
Okay, great. Thank you for your patience.
No worries. And you wanted the fuels tab once it's open?
The fuels tab, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have it. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
And yeah, there's fuels. There you go.
All right, thank you so much. And Mr. Oz, looking at this, I wanted to start first with the natural gas commodity forecast table.
Yep.
And before we get into that, so in general, does this fuels tab represent the fuel cost input prices that you used in your modeling analysis?
No, this represents the outputs from the analysis.
The outputs for the analysis. So the pricing that the model is assuming for each one of these categories?
Yeah, but I think importantly, the model, oh, go ahead.
No, it's the question's fine, but maybe we could just be really specific about which set of lines we're looking at, if you don't mind, Ms. Kutzer.
Yeah, Mr. Eisenberg, I rephrased to ask in general because there's several different categories here. If Mr. Oz could explain what each one of these outputs represents.
Yeah, so in my rebuttal testimony, or sorry, in my direct testimony, we were looking at the dollars per million BTU supply curves. And I think if we attempt to draw a connection between that and this directly, we're all going to get a bit confused. And the reason is there's a missing ingredient there, which is the CDPHE protocols, which apply a carbon intensity score to each of the recovered methane resources. And that carbon intensity score ultimately manifests in the dollars per ton supply curves that go into the model that I was speaking with Mr. Barroso about a moment ago.
Okay. Can I pause right there because I was
Yeah.
going to ask first about the natural gas commodity cost forecast.
Sure.
Does that CDPHE assumption apply to the natural gas commodity cost forecast?
The natural gas commodity price forecast was provided by the company, and I don't believe you'd have to ask the company whether the CDPHE protocol applies to natural gas. I'm not aware that it does, but you can ask the company about that.
Okay, great. I'll follow up with them. Can you just confirm for me here that the nominal gas prices you used or that were outputs here range from $3.16 to $3.88 for the price of natural gas between 2024 and 2030?
Are you referring to line 22?
Yeah, nominal.
From 24 to 30, yes, $3.16 in 2024 and $3.88 in 2030, yes.
Okay, great. And can we look now at the recovered methane program costs? And I just want to look at the flex base there.
Yes, I see it.
And what are the corresponding prices between 2024 and 2030 there for recovered methane?
So the units are different between those two tables. The table with recovered methane from rows 34 to 41 are millions of dollars. And again, those are outputs from the program budget from the 2030 model. They're not dollars per million BTU, so they're not comparable.
Okay. Great. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Oz. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kutzer. Very timely break for lunch here. Let me take a look. Who's next? Okay. When we return, it'll be UCI questioning Mr. Oz. Have them down for 30 minutes. And how about we will return at 1 o'clock from the lunch break. Just again, a reminder, this will stay live during lunch break. Mute yourselves, turn your cameras off. And I'll see everyone back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, Mr. Ross. Do we have the court reporter back?
Yes.
Thank you. And next up on our list is I'll just remind you, you're still under with Mr. Oz. Next up on my list is UCA for 30 minutes. Mr. Tate, did you have something before we start? No, okay. So,
Oh, Madam Chair, I did not. I was just letting you see I was back.
excellent. Good to see you. I'll probably ask you if your camera is on, just to make sure. Excellent. Okay, we'll turn it over to UCA then.
Good afternoon, Chair Gilman, Commissioner Plant, Mr. Oz, and Mr. Eisenberg. I'm Michelle Singer-Nelson, and I am an Assistant AG representing the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate today. Mr. Oz, I'm primarily just going to be talking with you about your hearing exhibit 102 attachment DRA1, Rev 1 that we talked about earlier this morning. At the beginning of your report, you state that you participated in the modeling that supports the governor's 2021 greenhouse gas pollution roadmap. Is that right?
E3 did, though I was not personally involved in that work.
Okay, that's helpful. I didn't realize that. Modeling the clean heat portfolio is different from the 2021 Colorado greenhouse gas roadmap. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
The 2021 roadmap was a higher level, non-optimized scenario modeling exercise designed to work backwards from the state's climate goals to identify a plausible transition pathway towards 2050. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And in contrast, modeling for public services clean heat plan is focused primarily on strategies for public service to support achievement of the state's Clean Heat Act goals through 2030.
Yes.
Yesterday, several times, Mr. Eiley testified about the uncertainties in cost and performance of the portfolios. And we're going to walk through those uncertainties of cost and performance as you present them in DRA1, Rev 1. Do you refer to that generally as your report, your analysis? How should I refer to it?
My report would be clear.
Your report? Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Good. Let's first discuss the uncertainties in your report regarding the pace of electrification. Isn't it true that all scenarios that achieve or approach achievement of the 2030 clean heat targets rely on high levels of building electrification?
Yes.
And the pace of electrification envisioned in those scenarios entails rapid market transformation in the building heating sector.
Yes.
The company may have the ability to influence the market through its programs and incentives, but it doesn't have direct control over customer decisions to electrify. Is that right?
Yes.
Building electrification and retrofit situation also carries a capital cost, a premium over conventional gas technologies throughout the study period.
In most cases, yes.
Mm-hmm. And the Inflation Reduction Act does not close that gap. Is that correct?
In many cases, I would have to look at the data more precisely to say in how many.
Okay, but in your report, you state that the Inflation Reduction Act doesn't close the gap.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish. Apologies.
No, I was done. Do you agree with that?
In the aggregate, yes. I printed, I believe it was figure 5 that showed the incremental cost after existing incentives, including the IRA, were accounted for, and all the values in that figure are positive.
All right. You describe as a key source of uncertainty in the Clean Heat Plus analysis the extent to which the company's customers will respond to the incentive levels assumed by the study.
Yes, I believe that is uncertain, though we applied our best judgment between the company and E3.
And as you discussed this morning with some of the other attorneys, customers may not choose to adopt electrification technologies based on non-cost factors or preferences. Isn't that right?
I believe that to be true.
In addition, E3 expects that most customers will experience bill increases to gas and electric rates due to electrification.
Yeah, we didn't do a detailed analysis of that. I provided a response in discovery, but I believe bill increases or parity would be my expectation of near-term outcomes.
And let's go to page 21 of DRA 1, Rev 1. Can we look at, can you see additionally, the word additionally in that paragraph? The very first paragraph, Mr. Oz?
Yes.
So in your report, you say, given the electric and gas rates, E3 expects most customers to see bill increases due to electrification.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm hedging a bit there is there's a number of moving pieces. We talked a little bit, I think yesterday, about changes in gas commodity costs, in certain conditions that could change that. We also just want to acknowledge that there's the efficiency of the heat pumps consumers choose to adopt matters. So if someone chose to adopt a very high efficient heat pump as opposed to a lower efficiency one, that could impact that. But in general, I believe that statement is true.
Yeah, and that statement was leading to the conclusion that you have at the end of that paragraph. These findings underscore that driving sufficient building decarbonization on the timeline of clean heat will be a substantial challenge, even after accounting for the impact of the IRA and the company's clean heat incentives.
Yeah, so the scale of adoption here is unprecedented.
Let's now talk specifically about some of the uncertainties that you discussed in your report relating to the cost and performance of the Clean Heat Plus portfolio. First, you talked about the fact, and I think somebody else has already discussed this in the hearing, but the Clean Heat Plus portfolio achieves the 2030 emissions target at an average annual cost of $202 million per year.
Yes, that was the finding from the Clean Heat Plus portfolio.
And it relies on high levels of electrification and includes recovered methane and hydrogen.
Yes.
Recovered methane, I think you've talked about recovered methane this morning, and were questioned on some of your assumptions relating to recovered methane in the plan. But in the report, you say that recovered methane is limited in supply and its costs are unpredictable because costs vary across recovered methane resources. Is that right?
Did I use the word unpredictable? Can you point me to that page?
Sure, 22. Let's go. You say that okay, good. Recovered methane resources are selected in the emissions target and clean heat plus scenarios, but are limited in supply and carry a wide variation in costs across resources.
Yeah, so I wasn't saying that variation wasn't meant to say that it's unpredictable. The variation is more based off the characteristics of projects, sort of what the feedstocks are, how much it costs to produce the gas and interconnect it to the system, as well as the carbon intensity score that that facility would receive.
Okay.
And so it's unpredictable. It's just that there's a lot of variation.
There are a lot of variations in the resources. And I think you also talk about how the outcomes of the protocols depend heavily on existing methane management practices and don't account for biogenic emissions reductions.
Yes.
Next, you discuss that hydrogen is also selected in the Clean Heat Plus scenario.
Yes.
And like recovered methane, hydrogen is limited in quantity that can be blended into the company's system.
Yes, those were the assumptions that the company provided us about the blending.
Right. The company assumed that hydrogen blends in the system can begin at 1% by volume in 2027 and increase to 4% by 2030. Is that right?
Yes, those were the values provided by the company.
Now, the Clean Heat Plus portfolio also relies on resources that are not identified by the Clean Heat Act as clean heat resources. Isn't that right?
I'm not an expert in the statute, but we looked at additional resources, including, I believe you're referring to certified gas and offsets.
That's correct.
From the company.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we can go to page 16, figure 4, please. I'm looking specifically at the Clean Heat Plus plan. And if you could blow that up a little bit, I'm not going to be able to read what's on the bottom, but okay, good. So here in the Clean Heat Plus, you show that there's some level of additional gas DSM.
Mm-hmm.
There's 37% of hydrogen assumed.
No, I think that 37% is electrification. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, my eyes didn't see the coloring correctly, but yeah, I'm sorry. 37% electrification. And then we go to the brown, which is certified natural gas. 17% is presumed.
Yes.
And offsets are another 17%.
Yes.
I can't see the percentage of hydrogen that's also included in there, but I presume it's between 1% and 4% that we talked about earlier.
I would object is that misstates, the 1% and 4% was in a different context in the other question, but I think Mr. Oz can provide an answer.
Okay, that's fine, Mr.
Just to say that the 1% to 4% isn't comparable here for a variety of reasons. The first is that that's by volume, which doesn't get you directly to emissions, and the second is that not all of the hydrogen molecules are zero carbon. They're lower carbon, the blue hydrogen that we assessed. So again, I don't think that we could back that number out of that 1% to 4%.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. My point was just that there's some level of hydrogen in the Clean Heat Plus plan, and you show the percentage assumed by you in the report. And I can't see the number, so that's all I was referring to because of the blue background. And then finally, recovered methane is given a 15% allocation in the Clean Heat Plus plan.
I would replace the word given with that was the selected amount, given the way the model works. So
okay.
Given the way the what works, I'm sorry, you're kind of
sorry, the model, the way the
model works. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It was one of the assumptions you input to the model.
Objection, misstates his testimony.
I'm just asking. He can say no.
No, it was not an input.
Okay. And then on page 17, you conclude at the very bottom. Oh, here we go. Right before clean heat scenario sensitivities, you conclude that by 2030, 66% of emissions reductions are achieved with clean heat resources, and 34% are achieved by additional resources. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You know, there was one other point with regard to the clean heat plus scenarios impact on gas sales that I wanted to highlight. And your report shows that the model shows that portfolio results in only a 13% reduction in natural gas sales in 2030 compared to the business as usual case. Is that right?
Objection Foundation, could you show a page number at least so we could direct Mr. Oss to the appropriate portion of his report?
Sure, page 23, and then there's a figure on page 24. So I think it's probably at the very bottom. Yeah, impacts on company gas sales. You can sure take time to read that, Mr. Oss, and let me know if I stated that correctly.
You've read that paragraph. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. With regard to the clean heat plus scenarios impact on gas sales, the model shows that for portfolio results in only a 13% reduction in natural gas sales in 2030 compared to the business as usual case.
I don't think that's quite correct. Just because he used the phrase natural gas. The scenario, in fact, includes other gases in the throughput. So that's just the decline in total gas throughput, not decline in natural gas.
Okay, and then on figure 6.
Yeah, that's also gas writ large. And we're using that term because we want to acknowledge the presence of hydrogen recovered methane in the portfolio.
Okay, so it's still your conclusion or your one of the assumptions in the plan that that throughput will only be decreased by 13% by the year 2030.
I'm going to object again on foundation. Counsel for the other side continues to say that these are assumptions in the model. And I believe Mr. Ross has clarified that, but it's not creating a clean record when the questions are asked that way.
Ms. Nelson.
I can restate it. So the point is your table shows that gas throughput only reduces by 13% according to the clean heat plus portfolio by the year 2030.
Yes, that's the output of the model after it's considered the different clean heat resources, including both demand and supply. So the decrease occurs due to the demand side resources that were selected, and the emissions target is met based off of the supply side resources in addition to that.
Okay, and even with the high electrification, you're still showing that with the clean heat plus portfolio, the output is for throughput is only 13%, a 13% reduction from business as usual.
Objection, vague, misstates his testimony. I think there's a table above that shows different portfolios, if that's what she's asking at, but we're conflating two portfolios now.
No, we're not. If we can look at figure or the paragraph right above figure 6, that's really figure 6 is meant to show a picture of the paragraph before it. So the impacts on company gas sales. So and in that paragraph, the report states that the Clean Heat Plus scenarios result in a 13% reduction in 2030. That's what I was referring to.
So I think the key piece to understand here is that there's very high levels of electrification in Clean Heat Plus, but electrification can only happen so quickly the way the model works. And I think this is true in practice. The model assumes that equipment is replaced on burnout, and that the market share of replacements that are electric increase over time. And so, it can be true at the same time that electrification market transformation is accelerating, but the overall throughput declines lag behind that based off of the long life of equipment. That's sort of one of the foundational findings of the type of work that the analysis we did in the roadmap, for example. So I think that's just an important context. And the Clean Heat Plus scenario used a modified version of the 2021 roadmap's adoption trajectory as that maximum market share. So again, this is a fairly aggressive transformation, but again, the throughput results will lag that significantly in time.
Okay, thank you for that. Then finally, I'm almost done, Mr. Oz. Finally, with regard to the model limitations, at page 28 of your report, you conclude, consistent with what we just discussed, that the model comes with limitations. Is that right?
Like all models, yes.
In table 14 on this page summarizes those limitations, and I think you describe it in more context above your table. But just to highlight a couple of points, cost and availability of the resources are considered in the analysis, but those are not necessarily a forecast of what levels of deployment are feasible for each resource.
Sorry, there's no line numbers on here, but could you point me generally to which paragraph you were just?
I was referring to the first bullet in table 14 under limitations.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. We cannot determine what levels of resource deployment are feasible where we are today, simply because this level of adoption has not happened anywhere. Though we did use the combination of E3 and the company's best judgment to develop those assumptions.
And non-cost factors like customer willingness to adopt electric equipment or the constructability of supply-side projects are not modeled. And you recommend that the commission should take such risks into consideration in addition to the direct modeling outputs produced by E3?
Yeah, could you point me to where that is?
Sure, it's right above. It's above the table in the text.
In which paragraph of the page?
I'll get there. I think it's all of this is in the second paragraph that starts with the model does come with limitations. So I think the table is a more abbreviated version of that paragraph.
Got you.
So you talk about non-cost factors. I think starting in on line 3, non-cost factors such as customers' willingness to adopt electric equipment or constructability of supply-side projects are not modeled. And such risks should be considered in addition to the direct modeling outputs produced by E3.
Yeah, I think that's true of our results and other models presented in this proceeding.
Okay. You also observe that building electrification could impose substantial new generation, transmission, and distribution capacity requirements on the company's electric system. Do you recall that? It's in the next paragraph, right? It's the last sentence before the table.
Yeah, and in particular, once the system shifts from summer to winter peaking, which doesn't happen in all scenarios. But it certainly can have a large impact in scenarios that rely exclusively on all electric solutions in the near term.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Oz.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's it for the cross. So I will go on to Commission Counsel, Ms. Dundas.
No questions for this witness.
Thank you. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Hello, Mr. Haas. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thanks. Thank you. I just had a couple of questions, and I apologize for the basic nature of these. I'm trying to understand the modeling process here. One of the things, so when I've designed incentive programs in the past, I usually try to find what the lowest cost is to achieve the objective that I'm trying to achieve, and then multiply that times the number of incentives that you need to get there, and that's the budget. And when you were engaged in cross with the Sierra Club, I think you said that the program costs are modeled off of $1 per decatherm value, not individual incentives. And I was wondering if you could explain that more, that process of arriving at that programmatic budget.
Yeah, so we were provided by the company with the current $1 per decatherm costs by different types of resources. So for building electrification versus gas DSM. And those were our starting place. And the reason we use $1 per decatherm is that our model captures quite a bit of heterogeneity in the building stock. So we'll have, a new construction building that's relatively lower costs, building built in 1990 that is, moderate cost, and then an older, pre-war building or something like that, and that will have a much higher cost. And so when we were doing the modeling, each of those has a different decatherm energy usage pattern to it. Part of our ways of thinking about how to capture the heterogeneity in the program incentives was to use $1 per decatherm rather than dollars per unit. And then we, applied the scalars from there for a subset of the measures.
So when you arrive at $1 per decatherm value, that's then a proxy more or less for carbon? Is it used as in terms of achieving the 22% reduction, which is the ultimate?
It would absolutely work out that way. So for every the kind of carbon we avoid, we are increasing the sort of programmatic costs of the portfolio.
Gotcha. And one of the things that you said in your response testimony, I think it was page 21, you said that when you were talking about Maine's level of incentive the Maine program, you said it would be insufficient to move the market in Colorado. But you're not really basing your program costs on the level of incentive, as I understand it. You're basing it off of this $1 per decatherm. So how would you arrive at a sufficient level of incentive relative? You said it's not, Maine's probably wouldn't be the level for here. How would you arrive at the appropriate level for Colorado?
Yeah, well, we really started based off of where the company's incentives are today, and then examined how it might need to change. And part of that is the missing money. I've referred to it a few times, but in figure 5 from DRA1, we show the missing money with IRA incentives and existing incentives already applied. And our incentives essentially close that missing money gap for the clean heat plan. So we didn't, that was sort of our gut check to make sure that the company and E3's judgment was on track. And I was pleased to see that it was. And then, with respect to Maine, I just want to be clear. I think that Maine is a very promising example, and there's a lot of really great lessons learned there. I just wanted to point out that there's some sort of fundamental differences between the market in Maine and the market in Colorado that should be taken into account.
Beyond lobster.
Beyond lobster, yes, exactly.
So going back to your $1 per decatherm value that you use, as I understand it, that's then if you were using a beneficial electrification measure, for example, you'd take the total customer cost of that beneficial electrification measure. I think you backed out federal incentives and then use that as sort of the dollar, the numerator and the dollar per decatherm, or how would that work exactly?
No, not exactly. So just want to provide a little bit of clarity on the way the model works, if that's okay. So
yeah, please.
Slightly roundabout answer, but so the model really uses two different cost perspectives in it.
Okay.
It selects the portfolio based off of total resource cost. So the incentives are not incorporated in the resource selection, like the portfolio that's generated. And our rationale there is we're trying to get to sort of the lowest overall energy system cost solution from the resource options we provided to the model. Then the question, once you have that, what is it going to take for the company to pursue that sort of least cost portfolio in terms of programmatic budgets? And that's where the dollars per decatherm number comes in. And that's based off of, and our check to kind of connect the two so they're not completely different is that the incremental customer portion of the total resource cost, that we have enough incentive at the end to approximately cover that.
Why would you use the customer cost for the portfolio selection?
In terms of the incremental,
a TRC, basically the individual customer cost for the portfolio selection.
Because, well, based off of my understanding of the TRC is that the incremental customer cost is a part of that equation, usually includes incremental customer and incremental system costs. And then in the benefit cost analysis, we added the social cost of carbon, social cost of methane, which makes that more of a societal cost test on top of the TRC.
Right. So you're looking at total costs without including any incentives or anything like that. And then except you have included the IRA, I think. And then against emissions reductions basically is the benefit.
Yeah, and we include
which is the objective here, right? The objective is the emission reduction.
Yeah, and just to say on the IRA, we included it because generally federal incentives are treated as a benefit under the TRC framework. Generally.
Right, gotcha. So one of the things you said along this line, I think on page 17 of your response testimony, you said by only including utility costs, the PFB, I think it is, analysis leaves out the remaining incremental costs of electrification that customers must pay, and this results in an incomplete view of societal benefits. So how does counting just the utility ratepayer cost and not the cost of an individual customer without the benefit of those rebates and other things give an incomplete view of the benefit?
Well, when I was viewing the sort of metrics you all had laid out for the benefit cost analysis, it looked like a societal cost test type analysis because we had infrastructure costs, we had the avoided carbon, and generally when I've done a societal cost test type analysis in the past, the incremental customer costs are part of the societal costs that are incurred to achieve whatever policy objective we're considering. And so in my view, if we're trying to understand the societal net benefits of these portfolios, including those costs, is necessary to have a complete view.
So this is where I kind of get a little confused on the sort of usefulness of the TRC. When you're looking at, for example, utility buys CNG or renewable natural gas or whatever the utility investment is, that's going to be 100% ratepayer funded, and you're doing that for the benefit that you're seeking. You're doing it solely because you want to try and reduce the emissions, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 100% cost, 100% benefit is what you're trying to accomplish. When you're looking on the consumer side, you're counting 100% customer cost, not necessarily ratepayer cost, but the individual customer is paying 100%. And just the utility benefits or the societal benefits that you're trying to accomplish. I mean, that customer, if you understand what I'm saying, that customer may be buying that heat pump for an entirely different reason. Their objective isn't necessarily reducing carbon or
Yeah.
reducing the capacity of the gas system or anything like that. They may want it for a variety of different reasons. So you're using sort of their cost against your objective as opposed to their cost against their objective, because you can't know their objective.
Yeah. Yeah.
So wouldn't it be more accurate to use the ratepayer costs or what the utility is spending against what the utility is trying to accomplish to do a more equitable sort of comparison? Because you're looking at what the utility is spending or the ratepayers are spending on, for example, compressed natural gas or renewable natural gas to achieve the utility objective. Why wouldn't it be more appropriate to just look at what the ratepayers are spending to achieve that utility objective, not the other consumer objectives that we don't even know about?
Yeah, it's a fair question. First, I just want to acknowledge that, yeah, it's tricky to get to that incremental cost from the customer. For example, there might be customers who don't have an air conditioner, they get a heat pump, and all of a sudden they have air conditioning service. Would it be fair to say that that is a societal net cost now that they have air conditioning? Probably not, because they're getting a benefit from the existence of air conditioning in their home. And we did actually account for that particular one by always assuming air conditioning in the counterfactual costs. So at least to some extent we have done that, even though not all customers currently have air conditioning. As far as the broader point, I guess my view, if the metric, the cost benefit metric we're looking at is more of a societal cost test based metric, and this one struck me as being that because it included the social cost of carbon and the social cost of methane. So I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think those are values that end up in rates either. That a full accounting for societal costs and benefits is a reasonable approach to take. I do think that the utility cost test is another reasonable perspective alongside that, to be sure. I think that's often why we consider multiple cost tests when we do, DSM and other sorts of long-term planning. So I agree. Given the discussion we had before about the incentive levels and the missing money being approximately the same, I would suspect that the amount of incentives versus customer costs, if we were to do that, would be similar, though I'd have to, of course, do the analysis. My concern with respect to Witness Brand's testimony was that I think, and this ties to some of the other conversations, I think they're missing a significant chunk of the incremental cost that someone's going to have to pay to achieve these portfolios, and I don't think that incremental cost should be ignored.
Thank you. Okay, that helps. Let's see. Yeah, as it relates, this is the last question I had. On page 18 of your response testimony, you talk about solar being a better comparison to heat pumps than LEDs because of the cost. Obviously an LED costs a couple bucks, whereas a heat pump costs $20,000. I could see how those might not be comparable exactly. And solar, I agree with you. We probably spend about 20,000, 15, whatever it is on a solar system. But are you aware that in Colorado, those incentives have actually declined over time, right? So I think now, I don't believe we even have for the general population, we don't even have a solar incentive.
Yeah, I'm not intimately familiar with the solar policy landscape in Colorado. I think I was speaking more generally, just solar has had broad support, even in California, where I live. And just noting that the pace of customer adoption, even under very favorable economic circumstances, can still be a challenge to accelerate given non-cost and other sort of market barriers. Tied to Witness Eiley's technical, economic, achievable sort of framework that we use in other contexts.
Registry. So back in 2008, I got a solar system on my house, and I think it cost $9 a watt for the system. And the Excel rebate was $4.50 a watt. So that system cost me a net of $4.50 a watt, right? Today, we don't have any incentives. Those incentives declined over time. And today we don't have an incentive. And as Mr. Hiley Eiley pointed out that, you know, we also are not trying to achieve 60, 80, 100%
Yeah.
penetration of solar. But let's say for just the sake of argument that we were, if you didn't increase that incentive at all, you know, just left it flat. So with no scalar increase over time, you basically be looking at a $4.50 a watt incentive for a system that costs $3 a watt to install. So you'd be not only saying you can have a free solar system, but we'll pay you, you know, $7,000 to put it on your roof. I think we'd probably get some pretty high participation if that were our policy, right? So if we're looking at, and I'm trying to, and when I was looking at your, you know, the scalar model and the idea of this rising supply curve, what I was trying to sort of apply that to any other advanced energy technology as it's increased in deployment. Generally, not only, you know, as you pointed out, we, you know, decrease the operational, you know, some of the soft costs, all those various different things, but the actual technology cost goes down as well, as we've seen with solar. So I'm wondering why that wasn't really a part of your calculation as you're increasing deployment of this, and it was really just looking at, well, it's just going to be harder to get these people, and so we have to give them more money.
Yeah, well, I will say that we did include the decrease in costs in our total resource cost calculation. And, you know, as far as the level of incentives, I think in the time span we're talking about, I'm confident that they're not too high, or the budgets are not too high for a few reasons. The first is tied to that, again, that missing money point. Based off our assessment of the missing money, the incentives are closing that gap, not wildly overpaying it. And then the other is, if you benchmark the, you know, program budgets per customer, you might think about those in terms of incentives eventually, incentive levels. You know, we're well within the range of other jurisdictions that are pursuing similar policy, but not well outside of it. So over the time frame we're looking at here, we're well within bounds of reasonable figures, in my opinion. And just one other point on solar, you know, I would say that maybe Colorado wasn't giving $4.50 a watt for solar against $3 install cost. But in California, with our net energy metering and our 40-cent electric rates, we were providing 3 to 4 year paybacks. And, you know, we still didn't see adoption at the level that we're envisioning here. So I think, you know, even when there's free money on the ground, the economist me hates to say it, sometimes people, you know, won't pick it up.
One last question, and because I'm not an economist, but one of the things you cited with your scalar analysis was a newsletter called Economic Forces, and it goes through the whole discussion of the you know, different dynamics at play here that lead to sort of that scalar model. And at the end, this kind of caught my eye, and I don't have enough of a background to understand exactly what he was talking about here. But he says, I'm not claiming to overturn well-cited research in a newsletter. I'm just saying we can use simple economics to interrogate two hot topics. What is the well-cited research that he's referencing there? Do you know, is that the assumption that costs go down over time, or what is the well-cited research that he's, you know, saying he's not trying to overturn here?
I think the article was meant to provide instances where supply curves can be downward sloping. In other words, where learning curves can occur. And the well-cited research, if I'm recalling the article correctly, is that supply curves are virtually always upward sloping. And I think the purpose of that article, which I offered not as the definitive word, but as just a nice explanation of some of the factors I was considering. You know, there are instances where supply curves can be downward sloping, and I was acknowledging that in my response.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Hello.
Okay, I have a few questions for you. Just a question quickly on DRA 1, which is your main report. I don't know, Ms. Kunkel, if you're able to access that and pull it up. On page 36, go down a bit more. Keep going. There you go. That table 22. I was just curious. This shows various kind of energy impact calculations for this set example of a certain vintage home, single family, certain climate zone. I was just curious where you got the reference for the annual average heating COP for these circumstances.
Yeah, so just want to say first that these values are outdated. We discovered an error in the way this table was developed, and we've provided updated numbers since then. I don't recall exactly where they are, but they were at least in some of the discovery responses. So that is to say these numbers are quite a bit higher, but where we got them and how they were calculated. So where we got them, if you scroll up to the figure above, these were based off of values that E3 has observed in the literature, including the NEEP cold climate product specification database. So I think we developed representative technologies based off of that. And then as far as the realized COP, we took the NREL ResStock database and for different building prototypes, applied these different curves against different sizing characteristics options. And simulated the coefficients of performance using that data.
Okay, so if I can go back down to table 22, thank you, Ms. Kunkel. You're doing a fabulous job. Thank you for keeping up with us. I mean, these to me strike me as fairly obviously inaccurate, probably in a few areas. So at what point did you realize they were inaccurate? I'll ask a compound question. Sorry, Mr. Eisenberg, but I'll just lay it out. When did you realize they were inaccurate? Where can I find the correction if this document has not been corrected? And how was any correction incorporated in the model?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different, there's two compounding errors, I guess I'll describe. One is that the original modeling, these numbers were just incorrectly inputted. So these are not consistent with the results that are presented in the modeling here. And we provided updated figures for that in a discovery response. I can't recall the exact date of that, though I think we can find that for you. And then in our revision of our modeling and rebuttal, there were a couple of factors that we changed. So for example, the ground source heat pump, there was an issue with the way the sizing of that worked. And that value is obviously low. And the updated version, the ground source heat pump COP is, I forget the exact number, 3.5, 4, whatever the version that would, be more consistent with intuition. And then there was a few changes to the air source heat pump operations that we modeled that also increased the COPs in our rebuttal modeling.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if on redirect you all can point me to a concise place where I can understand what was used in the modeling, that would be very helpful to me. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what sort of averaging I could do to get to a 1.06 for the whole year, and that was going to be really hard math, Mr. Oz. Okay. Thank you. You can take this down. Thank you, Ms. Kunkel. So a few more general questions with nothing to look at for a minute, and then we'll get into another document. So your model broadly looks to me to look at gas furnaces very largely being replaced by air source heat pumps as like the main method of electrification. Is that fair?
And I would add heat pump water heaters to replace gas water heaters.
Water heaters, right? So just looking at space heating, though, more particularly, did you make any assumption about other heating types like boilers? Are there any sort of consequential differences for houses not modeled just assuming a typical furnace?
We capture heterogeneity in the houses modeled primarily by vintage, and the counterfactual presence of air conditioning. And that manifests in terms of higher upgrade costs for an older building that might require wiring or a panel upgrade. With respect to boilers, I will need to check, but I believe we captured that primarily in the commercial sector, as our assessment was that most of the company's gas homes have forced air for residential. But for larger buildings, I believe we did capture boiler systems in that modeling, though I'll need to double check that.
Okay, and did you have any data? I would agree with you that most is probably the right area, but do you have any data on what percentage of the company's homes are furnace versus boiler?
We may, I can't recall. I know that the company provided us with a home energy survey that they had conducted. And we may have sort of adopted only forced air as a simplification in our modeling, because based on our assessment of how many folks had boilers.
Okay. But you would agree with me, kind of the facts and circumstances of changing from a hydronically heated house to electrification, then a forced air heated house to electrification probably present different options.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For a customer, different costs, different circumstances.
Yeah, and I will note that we didn't capture the counterfactual for those types of customers. Potentially, I want to double check, but we did capture like the type of solution set they might use, which would be a largely mini split driven retrofit. So we do have that as one of the options that the model had available to it.
And when you use counterfactual in that circumstance, just explain to me what you're referring to.
Counterfactual HVAC system. So, for a forced air home, it would be the furnace plus the central air conditioner. For a boiler-based home, it would probably just be the boiler.
A baseline, an alternative baseline.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure I'm internalizing when you say that in the way you mean. Okay. So you noted that you essentially assume every home in the counterfactual. Now that I feel ready to use it, you assume that every home has air conditioning.
Yes, for the purposes of the costing, especially.
Okay, so WRA noted in their testimony that 57% of Colorado homes have central AC. Do you have any reason to doubt that figure?
I think that's the number for Colorado based off of maybe Rex, but I think it might be a little bit higher for the companies based off of my memory. I don't have the specific value. Okay.
Yeah, which makes sense. They only serve some of the mountain areas or the colder climate areas, probably, right? And WRA notes that that's up from 37% in 2009. So it appears we're seeing quite the uptick in adoption of AC independent of maybe any other features of heating system, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So I'm just kind of trying to hypothesize if the model had kind of been able to more accurately capture the interaction with AC, this acceleration in adoption of AC, and kind of as an independent feature, like what sort of influence that would have, especially I think around the potential that new customers putting in AC might just be putting in a heat pump from the start rather than replacing something else.
Yeah. So just a couple thoughts there. I agree that air conditioning is increasing. It's happening everywhere. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. No one had AC there now. All of a sudden it's 115 degrees outside sometimes and you want it. And that's part of the reason why we didn't sort of count AC as part of the incremental cost in our total resource cost calculation, because there's that trend and that value that folks are getting. With respect to the pace of adoption, we used the replacement of furnaces and the market share of heat pumps to do that as our modeling hook, consistent with the work in the 2021 roadmap, and I believe consistent with the updated roadmap's approach as well. And that's in order to account for those sort of stock turnover, and long-lived appliances dynamics I mentioned earlier. But I think really that the key metric that results in is more important, which is what's the stock of devices that are actually deployed in the economy. So we're talking, I think somewhere between 200 and 300 something thousand air source heat pumps, depending on the scenario. And in my view, air conditioner replacements are a great strategy to get to 200 or 300,000 air source heat pump replacements. Like, it makes the hill a little bit less steep to get there. But I'm not sure that it would necessarily make the number that's achievable higher than that, necessarily.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think through the influence. I mean, first of all, we have a potential growth in that headroom from summer to winter if we're just seeing people adopt AC just because anyway. So there might be, that strikes me, higher headroom in the summer to winter, if that is just a fact of the forecasting and the movement of the market anyway, for more AC adoption. And then trying to understand, how many freebies are out there in terms of people who are getting heat pumps just because they want air conditioning and didn't have anything to start. So they seem to move in the same direction to me, if you agree with that, in terms of making the hill less steep. Probably people can debate how much less steep or how impactful that is.
Yeah, and you'd have to ask witness, good enough about whether air conditioning growth is in their sort of statistical forecasts of demand over time. But yeah, I do agree that heat pumps, in place of air conditioners, could be a really promising strategy to make these goals, put them within reach.
Okay. Skilled transition. One of the criticisms of the modeling is that it does not model the replacement of air conditioners to be heat pumps. In this case, existing air conditioners, mine died, I need a new one, and I get a heat pump instead, and it can provide me heating benefit as well. So just wanted to talk through, from yesterday, we had a document request to the company to reevaluate the model, analyzing that as an option. And I think they asked us to speak to you about the feasibility of reoptimizing and running the model with the replacement of AC with heat pumps as a strategy.
Yeah, and there's really, I think, two pieces to that. There is the cost piece. Does the air conditioner counterfactual costs get included in the portfolio selection? And I think the answer there is we already kind of have done that. And then there's the piece of the adoption rate. Would having more air conditioners change that sort of 2021 roadmap trajectory that we used as the basis for our modeling, at least the starting place? And from my discussion a moment ago, I think the answer is that, my view is that the air conditioners make it more likely you achieve that, not necessarily that it makes the roadmap trajectory higher.
Okay. So talk me through how you believe it's already included in there, just so I can understand, because I know several parties did not feel that it was included. So talk me through where it's included, and if there is any way, given the bench request from yesterday, that you more fully include it.
Yeah. So how it's included is that the model explicitly includes the cost of air conditioners in the counterfactual. So when we're selecting a portfolio of resources, we're essentially saying that the cost is only incremental to an air conditioner plus a furnace. So when it's making that economic decision, it's doing it on that basis, not just relative to the furnace, right? So
you're making the baseline more expensive.
Making the baseline more expensive, exactly. So in that sense, air conditioning is already captured. The air conditioning replacements in terms of adoption, right? So maybe the argument is that, as I understand it, and maybe you can help me clarify this, that we're saying there's, X million furnace replacements or X 100,000 furnace replacements over the coming years. And parties are saying there's actually an additional Y 100,000 AC replacements over the coming years. So therefore, the level of adoption that we're modeling ought to be higher, right? And my view is that we use the furnace replacements as sort of a convenient modeling convention to get us to a reasonable market scale that we're trying to get at. So it's like the sales share number is really trying to get at a modeling input to account for that stock rollover. But ultimately, it's the number of heat pumps you have to deploy over time that essentially, is what reduces carbon and is like the real challenge here. And my perspective is that doing the air conditioning replacement just makes it more likely that the number of heat pumps that we've modeled can be achieved. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, so I hope it was clear.
Well, kind of. Trying to figure out how we get to what's our next step on that bench request in terms of more explicitly including this.
Yes, I'm just trying to tease out a little bit. Like what the missing pieces that we're trying to add here. So we have the cost piece, and then there's the adoption piece. I would put forward that the cost piece is, I think that's covered, unless you all disagree. And then on the adoption piece, I'm just offering a perspective that I think that, the roadmap trajectories are already a very high level of adoption. You could increase that, which is we've already done for the emissions target scenario. So we already kind of did that exercise of what if there were more heat pumps that were available under both emissions target and electrification only. So we have sort of the cost and the adoption piece covered, as my perspective, but I might be missing something. So I'm wondering if you think I am.
I was only one of three when the request was made. So I don't know exactly how much more detail I can give you at this point, since we had to kind of wait a day to ask you about the details. I think the thought was to include that more fully. So I don't know if that means looking at essentially accelerating, or if there's kind of an alternative, instead of going, say, full replacement of the heating. Generally, if you just replace the AC, I would anticipate you're only at a partial covering of your heating load if you make that AC be the heat pump. So I'm not so sure, what how you think the best way to model, the request from yesterday is.
And sorry, just one more thing to add. The model did have the option to select hybrid heat pump size to AC replacement, and I believe it picked some of those in some cases. So that was explicitly represented in the model. So I guess to make sure I'm being responsive here, I think the main way this could be done would be to increase the adoption rate. But just to say that we've already done that for a couple of scenarios.
Okay, so you think looking at adoption rate in some of the other scenarios essentially would help to mimic this?
I guess to put a finer point on it, I think that if you compare the emissions constrained and the amended preferred portfolio or the flex portfolios, that has already, I think, increased the adoption rate.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have additional details for you right now, given that this was a request made yesterday, but I will try and check as we go offline later today. And I think some foreshadowing, I doubt you'll be released after today to bring you back later based on the requested modeling. So I will check back in once I get a chance to discuss.
Yeah, and hopefully the kind of parameters I was setting out are clear. And if there's some parameters I was missing, please let me know.
Okay. One of the other main points of contention in the modeling is that scalar that you discussed with Commissioner Plant. So just curious, can you explain kind of how you determined what the exact right value of that is and kind of how that has an influence on the cost to electrify over time as I look at that as a unit cost?
Yeah, certainly. Just to restate one more time, because I know it's a little bit of a big model. The model does not use the incentive scalars when selecting the portfolios. That's done based off of total resource cost. So that's an important reminder. The scalars come after, and they're essentially saying that when we want to hit a certain level of market penetration, using incentives only, or incentives and programs rather, what budget are we estimating would be required to do that? And we built the scalars into the model as a mechanism to say, well, if we want to go deeper into the market, the amount of budget and the amount of per unit budget we might need is going to increase. And we discussed this morning some of the foundational reasons why that might be the case, including more expensive building types, different customer preferences, and factors like that we've discussed. Did I answer your question fully? I feel like I might have missed a part, Commissioner Gilman.
I might be a little more confused. So if the model doesn't know the cost of the resource that is being right, the scalar changes the cost of that resource. Is that fair?
It changes the program cost. It doesn't change the total resource cost.
Okay, it changes the program's cost to deploy that resource to get a pound of CO2 to avoid being emitted.
Yeah.
So I would presume that the model is understanding the cost of each resource as it would be to abate however much CO2, and is then optimizing the resources to achieve that, under a different scenario or at the lowest cost given the restrictions. But if it doesn't know the cost of the resource, I'm a little confused. So maybe talk me through at a more basic level how the model selects resources.
Yeah. So we developed the total resource cost calculation, which includes the utility costs, but then it also includes the incremental upfront customer cost. So the incremental upfront customer cost, let's say is for a completely made up customer, $5,000. Their total resource cost is the net present value of their upfront cost, all the system costs that they add, and then the emission savings. So that gives us a dollars per ton CO2 total resource cost. And that value is how the model essentially optimizes its portfolio. So it compares that dollar per ton number for a building electrification project against a DSM project, against hydrogen, against recovered methane, et cetera. So that's how the model selects its resources. And again, it's more of that more fundamentals-based incremental costs for the customer. And we're trying to get there sort of the lowest cost resource for the overall energy system. The incentive scalars and the program costs are really meant to get at what's the sort of amount of budget needed to provide incentives to encourage the level of adoption that we think is most cost effective based off the total resource cost. And that is a separate calculation that comes after the portfolio has been identified. So that is to say the scalars do not impact the adoption. We mentioned earlier, we do this kind of check at the end of whether the scalars are reasonable, whether the budgets are reasonable. Do the program budgets, thinking of them largely as incentives, cover the incremental cost for the customers, that first component of the TRC? And the answer is just about yes. And so the scalars and the TRC are ultimately aligned to an extent, though the scalars don't impact the TRC. Sorry, you're muted, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, you're right. Once a week, gotta stay muted. Okay, so the actual model is based on TRC, which includes, what I'm hearing, includes total cost to the customer, total cost to the system, and emission.
Yeah, and we'll change total to incremental.
Incremental cost to the customer, incremental cost to the system, and emission.
Yes, and the system including avoided gas molecules.
That's what okay. So in the system cost, it's a net electric cost minus gas system savings.
Yeah, gas commodity savings in this model in particular.
Just commodity savings, or are there infrastructure savings as well in the TRC
In the 2030 model, there's not. In the cost benefit model, we included those additional costs.
Okay, so the model, yeah, we have the model and the cost benefit, and they're kind of the same, but they're kind of really different. So let's focus just on the model. So the model includes a presumed incremental customer cost. Does that include costs they might be getting covered through other like federal incentives like the IRA?
Yes, the IRA does not count towards the IRA incentive does count towards here. In other words, the IRA reduces the TRC cost.
It does. Okay.
Yes.
So you're accounting for the federal incentives coming in to reduce customer costs in the TRC.
Yes.
Okay. System cost includes what you anticipate to be additional, let's say with electrification, the most obvious, the additional electric infrastructure that you anticipate to be necessary for the measure, based on, I think, assumptions the company gave you on the distribution, transmission, and generation incremental costs.
Yeah, these are based off of historical avoided cost values from, I think, the last DSM proceeding. So it's a bit of an important nuance to understand, is that this model has a fairly static view of those costs. Like it's more doing these on the margin. If I add a unit, a kilowatt hour or a kilowatt, what's the marginal cost of that? It doesn't sort of change as, say, the headroom of the system is exhausted over time.
Okay, so now I'm going to go against my own advice and conflate the two. So in the cost benefit analysis, we can see pretty transparently what distribution, transmission, and generation, say, per peak kilowatt costs are assumed for the infrastructure. You're saying something different is used in the model.
In the 2030 model, we used avoided costs from the last DSM proceeding.
Which DSM proceeding? The DSM-SI?
I believe so. Do you mind if I check?
No, go ahead.
Take me a moment. I've just gone through this with the attorney from, I believe it was Sweep, but I lost my place. I'm having trouble finding it right this second, so maybe I can double check that for you and confirm, but I believe it was the most recent strategic issues filing.
Yeah, and if you all could help to point me to where I could find the resource for the system costs kind of being assessed. Is it per kilowatt hour? Is it per peak kilowatt? For each resource that was used in the model, that would be helpful to understand where to find that.
Yeah, it's definitely in DRA 2, and I will try and find it again quickly.
No worries. You can find it on redirect too. So I'll give you a minute. Your attorney can probably quickly find it, and I'll keep going with you with questions. I just want to be able to reference that. And then is ERA 2 where I also find the avoided gas system cost assumptions?
In this one, we only included avoided gas commodity for the purposes of DRA one, there's are avoided gas system costs in the cost benefit analysis in supplemental direct.
Okay. But the model is what picks the resources, right? Would you agree with me that let's say electrification is more likely to avoid future gas system investment than, say, recovered methane?
Yes.
But that is not something that was able to be captured in the model since it was only commodity price, right?
Yeah, not in this iteration of the model.
Okay. Okay. Emissions in the model. Are they done exactly the same as emissions in the cost benefit analysis, or are they done differently also?
They're done the same, I believe.
The same. Okay.
No reason to believe they're different. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So essentially it's a net emissions basically, which is the saved emissions from the gas system, which is both the combustion as well as the methane leakage on the gas saving side. And on, say, electrification, you would have whatever is considered the emissions of that replacement of the power supply for the electrification.
This is an important clarification. So the 2030 model really only includes gas sector emissions in its assessment, whereas the cost benefit model includes incremental electric generation emissions.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that in there. I was less able to really feel very confident that I got through the model and understood everything I thought. So, okay. Got it. Just real quick on the customer cost side, it nets out IRA incentives, you had said.
Yes.
Are there any other specific incentives it nets out?
The company's existing incentives, we have an adjustment in there to essentially net out those costs as well.
So anything approved to date, or yeah, say when trying to think of when the DSMSI was done versus when this was filed. I don't know off the top of my head, but you think it includes incentives from the last DSMSI?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if it was from the final order. I think it might have been tied to the company's rebuttal case.
You confirm that for me at some point. Thanks. We'll have you back. So, okay. Okay, got it. Any other incentives you're aware of that it nets out to determine customer cost in the net present value?
The only other incentive that I want to break apart the IRA. So we have both the 25C style tax credit, and then we also have the HRA program, the low income program. So those costs are also netted out of the.
Okay. Did you include any, I guess I would say kind of free riders isn't going to be the right thing to call them, but we do have some electric building codes, some electric preference building codes, some building performance standards, which are going to require electrification of certain aspects. So is any of that accounted for in what you consider for the customer cost, in that those customers are obligated to go in this direction?
No, when we discussed that, to the best of my understanding, we assume that that would be captured in the company's forecast.
In like their baseline forecast?
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Is your understanding it already is, or would or could be?
I have to speak with witness good enough about that. I'm not intimately familiar with the details there.
Okay. Okay. And I've heard you, let me see. Does E3 have any kind of data or knowledge on the current operating cost differential between, essentially the same house, and understandably the details matter, but in a pretty average condition in Colorado, when heated with heat pumps versus conventional fossil fuel heating?
Yeah, we've done that calculation for natural gas.
where is, I mean, roughly, where is the advantage, which is cheaper, and how do you see that cost differential as it is today?
I see that for a heat pump, we did an analysis, I think, in Discovery where we looked at this, and I think we saw that the break-even coefficient of performance has to be well over 3 for an all-electric solution to be at cost parity with natural gas under current rates. And our expectation is that many heat pump technologies, apart from, you know, the more expensive, like Mitsubishi Hyper type things, would fall below that.
Okay. And in evaluating the potential likelihood of customers to adopt electrification, or kind of what that potential is, with that uptake is, and how it changes over time, did you take into account that operating differential in terms of how likely it is that customers adopt electrification, and sort of what incentive is necessary to get them to do so?
I would say it was a factor, but we didn't sort of base the incentives solely off of missing money. So you could do what's the NPV incremental cost and NPV bills and design an incentive that way. We didn't do the math exactly like that. We you know, used ours and the company's judgment about what level of incentives might be needed in light of both economic and non-economic barriers.
Okay. So here's a question for you. If the rates on the gas system doubled, yeah, some date, 2035, let's say they're double in 2035 what they are today, does that impact how you would view the incentive levels necessary at that point in time to get action from a customer, if it at that point looks more economic to heat with electricity than gas?
It's hard to say, just because I think that the spark spread, if you will, between the two is uncertain over that time frame. You know, if electrification incurs in a way that has a fairly low load factor, and we're adding large new electric infrastructure additions, there could also be increasing electric rates at the same time. So we've done that type of modeling elsewhere, and there's some complicated dynamics that make it hard to sort of speculate without doing the analysis.
So you're aware the company did rate projections for both the gas and electric rates in attachment JWI4?
I'm generally aware of it. Yeah.
Okay. And you haven't run any of those in the different base cases against how you think that would impact the uptake or incentives necessary just for uptake of electrification at different points in time, since in that case you would have both at certain points in time?
I haven't done that analysis, no.
Okay. Is there a place in the record where you look at the difference in uptake between retrofit and new construction for electrification? I'm not saying there isn't. I don't know where to find it right now, and I was curious if you could help me find it.
In my rebuttal testimony, we broke that out explicitly on pages towards the end.
Ms. Kunkel, you're able to bring up his rebuttal testimony for us?
On page we have it reported, sorry. On page 34, for example. We also have work papers that have this broken out as well. So, yeah.
Okay, so this is your new construction only. So as I look at, I think there is somewhere else where I can see the total adoption, I'd be able to figure out percentage this new construction versus retrofit.
Yeah, and then there's also work papers that maybe we can point you to and redirect that have these in more detail.
Okay, and in terms of new construction, what sort of proportion of total new construction do you believe this is?
It increases at the same pace as the roadmap trajectory, so it gets up to 65% of new construction market share by 2030.
Okay, do you know what it starts at?
It starts at or around 0%.
Okay. Linear up to 2030 or something different?
Yeah, straight line.
Okay, got it. And that's some mix of hybrid and full electrification in new construction at those rates?
Actually, we only assumed all electric new construction for residential and hybrid. We allowed hybrids for commercial.
Okay, so in this 0 to 65% kind of linear adoption of new construction for the residential, you assume that's all electric?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So is it fair to say in the model you don't assume any new construction is dual fuel? No, you don't assume any new construction electrification is dual fuel electrification. Like all of the electrification modeled for new construction is full on electric.
Yeah, and this did remind me about a point on gas infrastructure costs. So we did include a high level avoided gas service cost, like in gas lining, like extension cost for new construction in our total resource calculation, which makes all electric fairly more cost effective there than it would be otherwise. So I just wanted to note that as a addendum to what I mentioned earlier about the TRC perspective we calculated. And yes, the other wrinkle about the model is that we didn't explicitly model, stoves, dryers, backyard barbecues, spa heaters, the whole litany of other devices that use gas. So we're calling it all electric new construction, but we didn't model that specifically as a sort of like building. It was more of a device level analysis.
Okay. Yeah, you're primarily focused on space and water heating.
Yeah, because it was 90+% of the emission.
Okay. So any new construction you model as being electrified, which goes from 0 to 65%. I think I botched how I said this before, so I want to be clear. Any of that you model as electrified, you model as all electric, no gas backup is what I mean. No dual fuel heat pump, no gas backup on that. You're modeling that those are fully electric.
In the residential
extent. Okay. Is there a basis for that assumption?
That is based off of E3 sort of judgment and expertise and past studies we've done on the economics of all electric new construction and our consultations with the company.
So simply put, it sounds like you didn't think the partial electrification made sense in new construction as a model.
We could have looked at it, and maybe we should have looked at it, but in order to sort of reduce the size of the model, I think we made a few choices to limit options in some cases.
Okay. Let me see where I am. With regard to ground source heat pump, we don't see ground source heat pump or any sort of networked ground source heat pump option for more kind of like neighborhood scale presented as a solution in these portfolios. And I was just curious where that judgment came and how we got there.
So we did include sort of, I would call it maybe like a unitary standalone ground source heat pump as an option. And the model just didn't pick any of them. The reason being is that they have very high upfront costs that increase that portion of the TRC. And given that for most of these portfolios and the way the model works, we're essentially looking at a summer peaking system. The avoided electric infrastructure benefits of the ground source heat pumps are not as high as they might be if you were to look at them in 2030, for example, if the system were already winter peaking. So that's the primary reason it didn't select sort of single home ground source heat pumps. And then with respect to networked ground source heat pumps, we didn't include those as a resource option in this model. That requires thinking about adoption a little bit differently, less on like a device by device burnout basis and more on like a neighborhood scale retrofit. And that was sort of, this being the first time we ran the model and the level of complexity we're kind of treating that as an emerging area to look at, in the future.
Okay. Shifting gears. recovered methane pricing in the model. So my understanding from your previous testimony was, thank you for taking that down, was that I believe you took the results from that RFI and kind of told the model, you can pick any of these, and the model picked, or correct me where I'm wrong.
Not exactly. So the RFI, I think, was released in September, or the results were received in September. Witness Weinberg can correct me on the timing, but it certainly wasn't available when we were doing the bulk of the modeling in advance of the filing in August. And so the resources that we developed were developed in conjunction with the company, and essentially Witness Weinberg and team presented us with a set of projects that they were aware of, were interested in pursuing, and their characteristics, as well as some generic projects, more like project archetypes that we'd seen from similar programs. And that's how we constructed the supply curve. And I think Witness Weinberg can tell you a little bit more about the specifics of those resources.
Okay. Are you aware how the pricing and carbon attributes of what was responded to in the RFI match what you put in the model?
At a high level, I think Witness Weinberg might have a better view of that. I do know that we assessed based on the data that we received from the company. Each week conducted our own assessment of the carbon intensity using the CDPHE protocols. So we were able to do that. I know the RFI, I think, has some indicative carbon intensity scores, but I don't know that they've gone through that same level of rigor. So it's a little bit hard to compare them on an apples to apples basis without that additional sort of step.
Okay. Let me see. Where's the, no, I know where it is. Don't worry. Got it. So I know in his testimony, Mr. Hay had a pretty clean table looking at kind of the comparison or the CO2 abatement cost for each resource, kind of like a unit cost, if you will, which shows, I think he just picked 2028 on there to look at the annual resource cost per ton of CO2 equivalent of carbon reduction for each type of resource in each portfolio. And as I looked at that table, we can bring it up if you really want it, but you probably aren't surprised that the two demand side resources are the cheapest in each of the portfolios, and then the supply side resources are more expensive. And I was just wondering if you could help me understand how the model is functioning when it selects the supply side resources when they're more expensive than perhaps selecting the demand side resources. It's a little counterintuitive to me.
I haven't seen that table. It'd be helpful. Maybe
Yeah.
take a look
I don't know. Let me see. I probably have a page number. It is, hold on. I have a table number. Ms. Kunkel, can you find Mr. Hayes' answer testimony? I'm pretty sure it would be answer. And then I have a figure number.
Sure. Just what's the number?
The figure number?
Yes.
KMH-14.
Hold on one second.
Sorry, send you on a hunting exercise. Do you have a comparison like this in your testimony anywhere, Mr. Oz, where we can see essentially the CO2 abatement cost for each type of resource for each portfolio?
We don't have it. I actually don't know the form that Mr. Hay had it in, so it's hard for me to say if we have it in that form or not.
Okay.
We do have the values in the model. There's a table of total resource cost by resource. I guess while we're looking for it, what I will say is that the model has a few things going on. One is that it has heterogeneity in it, right? So particularly in the building stock, well, and in the fuel supply too, for that matter, where there are some lower cost resources and some higher cost resources. So in the recovered methane supply curve, that we presented, there's a resource that costs $500 a ton, but there's a resource that costs less than $50 a ton. And so the model is comparing both building electrification, DSM, and fuels resources across that full supply curve. There are building electrification examples that are much more expensive than sort of the median one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for finding that. That's the table.
Hearing exhibit 500, page 76.
Excellent, thank you. So here's where we see Mr. Hay put together just some basically the resource cost per ton of carbon removed for each. Okay, and so you're saying each of these is basically we're looking at an average and there's actually kind of a range there. But isn't this, we're looking at the average of what was selected in the portfolio. So I'm just curious why, why the model will tend to pick some more expensive resources to include in a portfolio.
Yeah, well, it's doing that diversified look subject to constraints. And we apply constraints on various resources. So the timing and availability of hydrogen, the statutory limitations on recovered methane, and then electrification, we have the sort of market penetration, sales share, adoption limiters that we've applied. Starting from the 2021 roadmap and then modifying it in order to hit the target as needed in the scenarios that do that. So there are cases where the model might run out of, say, new construction sites that are lower cost, right? Because there aren't any more new construction sites, and it will need to pick something more costly. Or similarly, a residential single-family building built in 2005 might be lower cost to electrify. The model runs out of that resource option in any given year and needs to go to a more expensive building to electrify, or potentially a more expensive supply side resource. So it makes those sort of marches up the supply curve as it runs out of options lower in the supply curve.
Okay, so as I'm looking at something like the emissions target portfolio, I've got incremental gas DSM at $81. Yet we're still selecting some green hydrogen at $424. We were out of gas DSM that costs below $424, or?
Yeah, per the adoption trajectories that we allowed in each scenario. So again, we started with that roadmap trajectory as our starting place and adjusted it, depending on the scenario.
Okay, so you put in some limitations as to how quickly you thought adoption could happen.
Yeah, and again, basing it off that 2021 roadmap work.
Okay, thank you. That was all I wanted with this. Thank you for finding that, Ms. Kunkel. That was very helpful. As we looked at I'm just curious, seeing some of the opposition in the proceeding to clean fuels is kind of clear why a scenario was run that didn't include any, which is the electrification portfolio, and trying to figure out, looking at gas DSM and seeing that it's so much lower cost, why was the choice made to not include any gas DSM, any like building shell or anything else like that? That could be compatible with no additional fossil in that portfolio to kind of achieve the no clean fuels look, but do so in a way that's not so expensive.
So I believe that the scenario did have the option to pick shell measures. It's just that in general, the model didn't find shell measures to be cost effective relative to an all electric retrofit. And the reason it didn't is because let's take a home that uses 700 therms of gas. And let's say, for argument, that a cold climate heat pump has a upfront cost of $10,000 above a furnace plus air conditioner, just round numbers. And let's say the shell retrofit costs $5,000, but saves 20% of that gas, right? So it's not it's a lot less savings, but it's not like that much less cost. So when the model does a dollars per ton ranking, it sees, aha, I get 700 therms for 10 grand as opposed to 120 therms for 5 grand. And it views the former proposition as more cost effective.
Okay. So is it fair to assume then across portfolios, we're not seeing much in terms of building shell selected for DSM, given the math you just ran through?
That's right. And we also included it as a sort of building retrofit package in the electrification cases. And for the same reason as ground source heat pumps, that the model, didn't assess near-term system needs, it wouldn't select Shell as well.
Okay. How is the company valued either within the kind of the modeling or the cost benefit analysis or anywhere else, the potential benefits associated with the reduction of indoor air pollution where indoor combustion appliances are reduced or eliminated?
That was not included in any of the E3 modeling, and I'm not aware, I might be wrong, of that being included in cost benefit analysis yet. I recognize it's an emerging area that people are working on, but when I've seen air quality included in cost benefit analyses and in utility proceedings, it's typically been outdoor air quality. For example, California does that, but I haven't seen indoor air quality before.
Okay. In just one question, Ms. Kunkel, I'm going to want to pull up attachment DRA 14, the executable spreadsheet. So just a warning to see if we can get that open. So it doesn't sound like you've attempted in any way to quantify other air quality, environmental, or health benefits in addition to emissions reductions.
Yeah, we weren't aware that was part of the cost benefit analysis scope, nor were we aware of any approved values for that. Whereas for social cost of carbon, social cost of methane, there were sort of existing values that we could leverage. So
okay, great. I'll try and go as quick as I can. Sorry, I know this has been a bit trying to speed it up. Ms. Kunkel, do you have DRA 14, the executable, available? Thank you so much. There's a lot of stuff in here. So I'll move you from left to right again. So if you can start with the electric tab. Just curious in here, if we go to heat pump assumptions, they're on line 28 to 31. Can you blow it up a little bit? It's small percents. Can you tell me what these were based upon and then what they're intended to communicate?
Is it okay if I reverse that? What they're intended to communicate is the share of annual load that occurs during the peak hour. And here I'm referring to the sort of winter coincident peak hour, that morning time that Witness Eiley mentioned yesterday. And they're generated based off of internal E3 modeling of the performance of cold climate and hybrid heat pumps in Colorado. The heat pump water heater number is based off of that, plus some data from the Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance.
Okay, and is the heat pump water heater number, and is it an attempt to get to the same time period that the heating would peak? Also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about that diversity factor of 80%?
That's the same number that you discussed with Witness Eiley, I forget when you discussed it, but during his testimony. We took that from the company. The
company's assumption. And he had said 80% could be something different, but they're using 80%. Let's see. Okay. Okay, can we go to the customer page? And then, sorry, I'm operating mine too, so it's a little bigger. I can see it. That top section, overnight annual incremental customer CapEx. What does that mean?
So if I'm a customer buying a heat pump, it's the incremental cost of the heat pump over the furnace and AC, and this is that value across all customers that adopt in each year of the model.
Okay, what does overnight mean?
Overnight is just the first year investment cost. Sorry, it's a bit of a finance jargon term.
Okay, I was like, just like their nighttime usage. Like, I got a little lost with this one, trying to figure out what that meant. Okay, can we go to the electrification loads tab? Thank you. Trying to follow along on mine. All of these values in yellow are hard entered.
Yeah.
Where do those come from?
Those come from the 2030 model. So those are outputs from that model that are then put into here. All the hard-coded values are either company assumptions or E3 assumptions.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Gas system tab. So on the gas system tab, here we see, let's see. We go down to line like 29 to 32. There are marginal cost assumptions for the gas system. Can you explain the best to me that you understand what where these assumptions are derived from? Like the 784.
Yeah, these were provided by the company, so I'd have to refer you to them with how they were developed. I mean, the 84, I can speak to that. We developed that based off of a levelization calculation at the company's weighted average cost of capital and some expected lifetime of the infrastructure.
Okay. What expected lifetime of the infrastructure?
If we go to the assumptions sheet.
Yep. 15 years. Okay.
Maybe. Can we go back to the gas system sheet? And click on cell B30.
Yeah, it uses C7. Yeah. That was on my other sheet of questions. So it's referring to this electric and gas infrastructure CRF, which is set at 12%.
Got it. Okay, so I can't tell you the lifetime then. That CRF stands for capital recovery factor. And that's a value that was provided by the company. It's essentially supposed to represent the revenue requirements for a typical resource over that period. And I would recommend the company speak more specifically to the calculation of that value.
Okay. Let me see where I am here on the gas system page. Sorry. So in the last table on this tab, I think this is the assumptions that were used. It looks to me on, oh, sorry, still in the gas system. Just go to the bottom. There's a table that says incremental gas O&M for clean fuels. So this is assuming some, as I said, incremental O&M for your clean fuels, right?
Yeah, I believe that the company gave us a value for incremental O&M as a function of any gas throughput, and that's what we used here.
Okay, that was my question. So it looks like we're just taking the O&M avoided cost figure from line 32, which is kind of the same exact O&M figure that would be used for the gas system at large. Is that fair?
That's my recollection. If we could, yeah, that's my recollection.
I'm kind of trying to figure out, given the very specific equipment and very specific personnel that might be used for O&M for new clean fuels coming onto a system, do you think it's representative to use the same exact O&M that the rest of the system would use? It strikes me it might be more expensive.
I'm not sure. I would recommend talking to witnesses Weinberg and Jensen about that, and Gardner.
Okay. Fuels tab, the next tab. So just to confirm the way this is modeled with the gas commodity prices here, on the assumptions tab, I can change the inflation, but really all that does is, increase the spread between the nominal and 2023 dollars amount. There's no real way to anticipate other commodity prices unless I were to kind of overwrite this, right?
Yeah, overwriting it would be the only way to do it.
Yeah, I guess my point is we have in the recent past seen much quicker inflation on energy, especially natural gas commodity, than at large. And so trying to figure out how I would model that, I'd have to overwrite it, it sounds like.
Yeah, we just use the most recent forecast available from the company.
Okay. Okay, on the gas emissions tab. Okay. How do you allocate methane emission savings to certain portfolios, just in like a broader sense?
I think it's really only captured in the recovered methane category in this version. It had been captured in certified gas before, I believe, as well. And as you can see here in row 37, via the sign conventions of that table, recovered methane is viewed as a source of emissions from the perspective of CO2, and that's because we're still combusting the molecule on the customer premise. But if you go down to the CH4 tables, maybe like 100 rows down or 80 rows down, something like that, you'll see that there's now methane savings.
Okay. I've seen it there. Okay, so there's no inherent methane savings modeled for, say, a customer electrifying or incremental DSM that would save on any throughput.
I'm not sure if that's true. There are values there in the electrification rows on the CH4. If we go back down to where we just were.
Yeah, I see some kind of small numbers for additional electrification. Do you know how those were calculated? Those model outputs?
No, not at this time. I'll have to check on that.
Okay, yeah, they're hard entered, so I don't know what they're based upon, but just trying to figure out the extent to which methane emissions reductions on non-recovered methane was accounted for. Let me see. As we look at the gas emissions, let's go to something like, sorry, if we can go up, let's go up to say line 52. There's the amended preferred portfolio, just to pick one. As we look at what happens to the gas CO2 emissions reductions over time, obviously this just runs out to 2030, right? In terms of like new stuff happening, basically. So if I look at the electrification line, I think it's 55, every year the CO2 gets more and more and more, the avoided CO2, and then we hold it constant after 2030. There are no new measures being done, but everyone who got a heat pump still has a heat pump. Like those are durably avoided, I guess, every year, right? And they are avoided every year because every year you don't use your furnace, you use the heat pump still, and you keep getting those savings year over year, I think. So I'm trying to figure out for the recovered methane and the hydrogen, how the CO2 savings is durable. Won't the CO2 savings just occur within the year that, or let's, for hydrogen, I guess the other one, as you pointed out, is negative, but like for hydrogen, wouldn't you just have CO2 savings in the year that you procure it and burn it, and the other years it doesn't exist anymore, you're not procuring it anymore, we're not including a cost to keep procuring hydrogen, right?
I guess if you were to have only bought hydrogen on sort of a spot basis, that would be true. But if it was more of a PPA style arrangement, that might not. But I think at a higher level, what we were trying to get at here was to create a sort of apples to apples comparison of both the cost and emission side of the benefit cost analysis equation here. And so we extended the emission savings out for the fuels resources, but we also extended the costs out as a way of kind of putting those on equal footing. There's a lot of simplifications there. I'll acknowledge. We're assuming that the cost of those fuels are static over time. That may change. The same with the emissions. Maybe that the blue hydrogen captures more emissions going forward down the line. But this was our attempt at making, again, an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, that got to my next question. So post 2030, you assume there is continued procurement of whatever the fuel was, and there is continued cost of procurement and continued emissions reduction from that fuel.
Yeah, that's the assumption I made here.
Okay, yep, for the DSM and electrification, we assume the activity stops, it's static, whatever it was at the end of 2030 is what's installed, and that's it.
Well, couple pieces there. So the emissions stay past 2030, as we just discussed. And then the way we treated the cost here, I think is important. On the customer tab, if we go back there, that overnight cost table we were looking at, that is then turned into this levelized annual customer CapEx set of table, which is really getting at the financing of the resource over the 15-year lifetime we assumed, or approximately 15-year lifetime we assumed. So we are in both cases looking at a stream of both costs and benefits through, I believe it's 2046 is the last year of the model.
Okay. But the carbon emission, so you're assuming costs over that period, but the carbon emissions don't continue to increase. Like, we don't have continued adoption, right?
Right. And the same is true of the electric system cost too. So we have, the levelized cost of serving those incremental loads through, I think I saw it was 2045. And all of those are sort of net present valued back from a cost basis over the same period. And, the emissions also over the same period, again, to give us that kind of apples to apples comparison.
Okay. As you look at the cost benefit analysis, do the emissions benefits of the alternative fuels outweigh their costs?
I haven't conducted the analysis at a resource level.
Okay. I'm just trying to sort through in my head, I guess at least what I perceive as an asymmetry of continuing to procure one type of clean heat resource while the others stop being procured at a certain date.
I guess maybe one way that I would think about it is there's the overnight procurement, but we're still paying for the savings given the way the levelization works with the electrification measures. So, I view it as being, we're paying for a certain amount of savings in 2030. That savings persists over time, right? And we're also accounting for the cost that might persist over time. So I do agree that the extending the fuels piece out has a lot of simplifications for it. But again, we're capturing both the emission savings and the costs in the process of doing that.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to think through how it looks if we do it for one thing and not the others. Okay. Electric emissions tab. I was just curious upon what the electric emissions expressed here in tons of CO2 per megawatt hour are based upon.
They're based off of data from the company. And the value that we requested from them was an average annual emissions intensity of electricity, which is also a bit of a simplification. In practice, you might want to use some form of long-run marginal emissions, but we view that this is a close enough approximation to get us a good answer.
Okay. So this within the cost benefit analysis, looking at the cost of those electric emissions from the electrified loads. I will point out, to my understanding, the generation resource that's being modeled for any incremental load above the current summer peak is all battery storage. That's the only assumption for generation. So I just wanted to get kind of your professional opinion if this electric emissions rate is appropriate if the cost assumption on what resource is actually supplying the marginal energy after we get to the peak is only battery storage.
Well, yeah, it's a very complicated question. I think it'll be difficult to answer in full. There's a few things I'll point to here. This is meant to be average annual emissions, and without speaking to the company specific plan, typically that is constrained by whatever clean energy standard is sort of the forcing function causing it to occur. And so if you were to have less emissions in 1 hour because you procured some resource, you would have less compliance obligation in future years, and you might be able to use more emissions in some other hour where it's valuable to do so. And so, presuming that this rate is following the company's sort of, requirements, and again, I would encourage us to talk to the company about this. I'm not sure that whichever resource is serving peak would change this in the context of a clean energy standard. But again, I would defer that question in a more detailed response to the company. The other piece that I'll mention, Commissioner Gilman, is that we did look at generation capacity with a couple of different looks. So we have sort of two versions of this table, one that has higher and one that has lower cost generation capacity resources. And in consultation with the company, we looked at what that would cost if it was at the price of a natural gas combustion turbine. And then we looked at it, what it would cost if it was what we described as more of like a generic clean firm resource that could provide a similar service as that. And so we provided both looks from a cost perspective.
Okay. I think those are my only questions for you, Mr. Oz. I will turn it back to Mr. Eisen. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. So perhaps we'll give the court reporter a quick break, and that might help you out, Mr. Eisberg. Give you a minute.
Yeah, I've been checking with my colleagues. There were a few questions where we may be able to come back with some exhibits. We have a minute to mark them. If we take 15, I think we can give you a couple exhibits and may answer some of your questions.
I'd appreciate it. Okay, let's come back at 3:15, and we'll start with redirect. Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back. Do we have the court reporter back?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. All right, Mr. Eisenberg, on to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you based on some questions from the commissioners and council. Not going in any particular order, do you recall a discussion with Commissioner Gilman about table 22 in your report?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gilman, I think we may have a correction there that we did not include, but we have the discovery response that will explain and provide that correction. If we could pull hearing exhibit 129 from the company's box.
Sorry, it's just taking me 1 second.
And if we scroll down to page 2, Mr. Ross, do you recognize that you're the sponsor of this discovery request?
Yes.
And do you recognize the narrative in this discovery request and this table on page 2 as providing the information for the correction to table 22 in your report that Commissioner Gilman was asking about?
Yes.
I'll move the admission of hearing exhibit 129.
Any objection? All right, be admitted.
We can take this down. Mr. Ross, do you recall several questions where you were discussing total resource cost?
Yes.
So one analogy that's been helpful to me to understand this is thinking about total resource cost as a pie, like the total size of the pie. And could you just discuss whether within that pie, if it were broken down, one of the slices would be the incentives paid by the utility?
Yeah, and maybe I can just bring everyone along with the pie analogy before we go too far.
Yeah, please.
The total resource cost is really trying to get to, the overall size of the energy system cost pie that we're talking about here. And when we're trying to minimize the TRC, we're trying to, make the pie as small as possible, put differently, the amount of cost the energy system sees. And one way to think about that is that's the overall bill, but we got to think about how we're going to pay for it. And the incentives don't determine the size of the pie, but they're one way of slicing it. So for the portion of the pie that is the customer incentives, we're basically saying we're going to carve out a chunk of that via incentives and ratepayer dollars to cover that cost.
Thank you. Moving to a different topic, do you recall you were asked some questions by Commissioner Gilman regarding total system cost and where we could find that in your report?
Yes.
Could we pull up DRA 1 Rev 1 again and go to page 45? And if we could scroll down a little bit. Is this table 35 where we would find the information that we were talking about in that discussion you were having with Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, with respect to the 2030 model, yes.
Okay, we could take this down, and if we could go to could we go to the executable version of DRA 14? It's the rebuttal case cost benefit analysis that we had pulled up a little bit ago. And we're on, for the record, we're on the electric emissions tab, which is where I wanted to go. Mr. Oz, could you just give a high level discussion of the overall trajectory of emissions costs that are here and maybe point us to a line number where we could find that?
Sorry, costs or emissions?
I'm sorry, emissions.
Yeah. On line 17, it shows the electric average emissions rate in terms of tons per megawatt hour, declining from 0.34 to approximately 0.06 by 2046.
Okay, thank you very much. We can take this down. Do you recall a discussion with Council for the Conservation Coalition regarding the disagreement between yourself and SWEEP relating to incremental costs?
Yes.
And at one point you were attempting to give a response that got cut off. And my question for you is whether there's anything you'd like to add to that response that would be helpful for the commission?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for clarity if we pulled up hearing exhibit 117 and went to page 14. So the tables that we're looking at before showed a number of different studies that have been conducted in Colorado of heat pump costs, including the costs of the heat pump, the cost of the counterfactual system, furnace plus air conditioner, and then the incremental costs. What this figure here is showing are data from a recent peer-reviewed study from NREL that includes the incremental cost of a heat pump relative to a furnace plus central air conditioner, as you can see there on the tabs on the menu on the right there that I used. And I think that the key point here, and I've annotated this and added these additional purple and red lines that put where the SWEEP values either expressly stated or implied fall on those distributions. I think the key point I'd like to make here is that notwithstanding the replacement of the furnace, according to the NREL data, a minimum efficiency heat pump, so the sort of minimum federal standard heat pump, the sort of the middle of that distribution would say that that costs the same as a furnace and an AC, right? The minimum heat pump. Whereas SWEEP says it costs about $8,000 less than a furnace plus AC. And that's the real distinction I was trying to draw there. And furthermore, they model what they call a semi-cold climate heat pump. So I would interpret that as to be something better than the minimum efficiency heat pump that could be installed in their modeling. And so I've also offered that comparison relative to the medium efficiency heat pump from the NREL data. And then finally, compared their all-electric cold climate heat pump in the bottom row there to the high efficiency cold climate heat pump from the NREL data, where again, SWEEP and WRA and the Conservation Coalition's analysis shows a negative $500 incremental cost for that system over furnace plus AC. The distribution from the NREL data, are all far to the right of that dotted zero origin line. They're more on the average order of, 10, 15, 20, even $30,000 incremental costs, which again is more in line with the other studies in terms of incremental costs that I cited in the preceding tables.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Do you recall a conversation you were having with counselor for the UCA regarding what's called Roadmap 1.0, the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Roadmap from the first version?
Yes.
And in the E3 model, there's what's called the modified roadmap trajectory, which is the trajectory of sales shares, and that's based on Roadmap 1.0?
That's correct.
And you're aware that CEO has now published a Roadmap 2.0?
Yes.
Could you just provide us your high-level analysis on the difference between Roadmap 1.0 and Roadmap 2.0 in terms of that sales share trajectory?
My understanding is that they are effectively the same, rising from a very low market share in 2021 to 65% in 2030 in both the baseline and near-term actions scenarios from Roadmap 2.0.
Could we pull hearing exhibit 128 from the company's box, please? Mr. Oss, do you recognize this as a demonstrative you've prepared to show how you conducted the analysis for the answer that you just gave me to my last question?
Yes.
And where it says screenshots pulled from Colorado Energy Policy Simulator, that refers to the model used in the roadmap 2.0?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through this document and how you did this analysis, and just let Ms. Federico, know the next page when you need to go to the next page?
Sure. Starting from this page, just want to note that I've made some annotations to here. Just want to make it clear what those are. There's either hollow or solid orange, kind of burnt orange boxes, and those are areas that I've modified. But apart from that, the data are taken directly from the model website. Next slide, please. So first I'll start with the roadmap baseline scenario. Next slide. And what you see on the right here is the overall trajectory of that scenario, but on the left you see the modeled assumptions. And when I looked at the roadmap report itself, they referred to this building component electrification parameter as what's driving building electrification, and sort of aligned with clean heat plans, I think was how it was described. So again, that number is at 65%. If we go to the next slide, you can see again, 65% here is what it's set for, and that's percent of newly sold non-electric building components. So that's equivalent of the sales share number that we've been talking about. Next slide. And then this final sort of click menu that you can go to essentially says at what point does that 65% market saturation occur? And in this scenario, it is at 2030. So you can see that implementation schedule gets to 100% by 2030. What that really means is 100% times 0.65 equals 65% in 2030. And if we go to the next slide, there's also a scenario called near-term actions. Next slide. And just the same procedure. This says 73% here, but we'll go through why that is still going to end up at 65% in a moment. If we go to the next slide, you click on that area, you see the 73% of newly sold non-electric building components are electrified in terms of market share. And then next slide. The implementation schedule here is a little bit different. It doesn't reach 100% until 2035. So that 73% is really saying 73% market share by 2035 is what this scenario assumes. In 2030, that implementation schedule is set at 89%. So 0.89 times 0.73 is approximately equal to 0.65. I did a little bit of rounding there. So again, my conclusion from this analysis is that the roadmap 2.0 trajectory is very similar, if not exactly the same as roadmap 1.0.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'll move the admission of hearing exhibit 128. It's a demonstrative, but I think it'll be helpful to the commission to determine how to get this information, and will reflect the record of what Mr. Oss just testified to.
Ms. Colercio.
Thank you. I feel as though you're about to ask whether or not any parties object to the admission of this exhibit, so I was just preparing myself.
So go ahead.
But a CEO would object to the admission of this exhibit at this point in time. The parties just haven't had a chance to review this document yet. And to our understanding, we don't see an inbox.com yet, but we are not necessarily disagreeing with the information that was just presented. We just haven't had a chance to review this document at this time.
We're going to bring Mr. Oss back.
Okay.
I think that's generally the plan, given the additional modeling request that the commission already made. So perhaps I would propose, if Mr. Eisenberg, you can make this available to the other parties at this point in time so they can review it. And perhaps we'll take a motion when we bring Mr. Oss back to get it into evidence, if that works for you as a way to address Ms. Colicchio's issue.
And I would know, Commissioner Gillen, that would work for us fine.
Yeah, we can, excuse me, we can do that. If maybe I'll just ask one more question of Mr. Haas on this. In preparing this document, the screenshots you pulled from the Colorado Energy Policy Simulator directly, and other than the burnt orange boxes and annotations on it, you haven't otherwise modified their model or any of the data in their model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we can take this down then. And
Thanks for that. Yeah,
we'll
if you can
circulate.
just see to it, and then when Mr. Oss comes back, if you can just remind me that you'd like to introduce this, we'll take care of it then.
And that's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ross, you can go for a little while, but you are not officially excused. And I'm trying to figure out to come back to the bench request. The one request was to change the scalar to 1. I believe that's something you can and will do. I haven't heard anything the opposite of that. Any idea on time frame that it will take you all to accomplish that portion, maybe?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Ross that, but just to clarify, the piece we have in progress right now is setting the scalars to 1, rerunning the model, and then rerunning the CBA to use both the total resource cost and utility cost test. Show both of those 2 different looks.
Okay. And to my understanding from testimony today, Mr. Ross, the scalar is used in the cost benefit analysis, but not in the model, right? So you'd be rerunning the cost benefit analysis?
Right, can you repeat the question, Commissioner Gilman?
It was my understanding from your testimony today that the scalar is used in the cost benefit analysis, not in the base model. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's not quite right. The scalars are used for the program cost outputs from the base model, the 2030 model. And then the cost benefit model uses the total resource costs perspective. So it uses the incremental customer cost. I think part of doing the utility cost test is that we will replace the incremental customer cost, that more like fundamentals view, with the program costs.
Okay. So in that case, setting the scalars to 1, and will you be able to give us a rerun of the model as well as the cost benefit analysis with that adjustment?
Yes.
Okay. And then on to the other issue, which was the AC replacement.
Yeah, and I think we may still need some clarification on that, Commissioner Gilman. Mr. Ross, gave some testimony about what one way to approach that is, and I'm not sure he can speak to it better than I, of course, but I'm not sure there's a simple or time expedient way to do a full reworking of the model. But it's not. We would like to know from the commission, in addition to Mr. Ross's answers this afternoon, if there's anything additional that the commission is looking for.
Yeah, so my assumption would be it would be, say as we look to like table DRA R3, where we have a comparison of those different kind of specific replacements, that air conditioner replacement be on there with its actual cost and be run through the model as a potential measure that the model could pick. That was my kind of assumption, but clearly we heard from a lot of interveners that it would be important to have this look that people did not feel was currently represented.
Yeah, Mr. Ross, do you want to provide any feedback on that, or additional clarifications as to whether or not that's a reasonable tweak to the model, feasible, etc.? And maybe we could pull up that DRA R3, Commissioner Gilman, if you have a page site for it.
Yeah, where is it? I guess it would be in Mr. Ross's rebuttal. Let me see if I can get a page.
Well, I think it's page 11. I've got it now.
Okay.
117, page 11, if we could, just so that the witness could see it. And on timing, Commissioner Gilman, while this is pulled up, I think we can get you timing by the end of the day. The company may need to confer with Mr. Ross and E3 as to the rest of the E3 team as to the timing.
Okay.
So I guess on the cost point, what I was trying to get at earlier is that I just sort of fundamentally disagree with the perspective taken by SWEEP 2023 and view that cost perspective as incomplete because it doesn't account for either the cost of the furnace or the subsequent replacement of a heat pump with a more efficient heat pump. So on the cost front, I think from my earlier discussion, I think that we have been capturing the counterfactual cost of the heat pump adequately, and I would hate to take out a component of that counterfactual cost without a more solid, methodological reason for doing so than I have perceived from the folks who are putting this perspective forward. I think the other point is about adoption rates, right? Which is the claim that if there are more ACs being installed, and then this perspective, I think you raised as well, Commissioner Gilman, that there might be more opportunities to deliver heat pump retrofits. That one would be just manifested as a higher overall adoption rate. So those are just my high-level thoughts. And then practically, adding new resource types to the model and rerunning it at this point would be challenging to do, in a matter of like days. So there's both my sort of philosophical and practical points I raised for you.
Yeah, and this philosophical, we'll deal with the merits later as to the differentiation of any of these. So I guess the real question is it possible to add this additional measure into the model and have it run by Friday?
And just to make sure we're all clear on the measure, the measure is replacing air conditioner with a heat pump without accounting for the cost of the furnace or subsequent upgrade?
Correct. I think the commission understands your concerns with it.
Okay.
It's just a question on if it's possible.
Okay, understanding that, ask more clearly now. If it would be possible for me to talk with my modeling team this afternoon, I can provide a more concrete timeline once that's done. Is that that conversation?
Yep. Yeah. Let us know. Your council will be on all afternoon, so we'll see plenty of them. So let me know. Let me know when you know. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I just wanted to make sure. I think you said you would run the model with the UCT. I just wanted to make sure that's the portfolio selection, correct?
No, I was referring to the cost benefit analysis. The portfolio selection with the UCT, I am not sure what it would take to do that. And I would imagine it would take longer than days. Quite confident about that.
Okay, so there's no way to get that portfolio evaluated based on the utility cost. There's not just you would have to rebuild the model. Is that what you're saying?
The model includes many of the components to do it. I would be more concerned about the reliability of the results given the quick turnaround. We'd be essentially doing something quite a bit different than what we did for the rest of the analysis that we have a lot of confidence in, which isn't to say that it can't be done, but doing it in a matter of days, I would view as just risky from a providing good information perspective.
Maybe we could get that done for the SOP.
Commissioner Gilman, if I might, we're going pretty far afield of the bench request, which we've said we're going to provide a rerun model and updated DAs. I do have some concerns from the company's perspective about asking Mr. Haas to provide changes to the model that are inconsistent with his expert judgment and the way that he's chosen to present his model and that the company's chosen to present its case. I think we can come back to you at the end of the day after a discussion with Mr. Haas and after he's been able to speak with his team about what is and is not feasible on the time frame. But I'll just note that he has provided testimony as to how the commission can evaluate the pace of sales share adoption if the commission believes that the roadmap trajectory is too low within the portfolios that the company has presented, the emissions target portfolio in particular, in both its direct and rebuttal case. So on some of these specific questions, I think we will need to get back to you by the end of the day. If there's a very specific request that the commission has for us to consider and let you know whether it's feasible to run the model that way, and we get it in writing, I think we can respond more directly. But we'll try to give you the company and E3's best judgment and response at 5 o'clock today.
Yeah, give us your best understanding of what y'all are willing and able to do with the model, and I would say by end of day Friday, such that I don't think this is anything we'd want to get after the close of the end of evidentiary hearings, so that there's an opportunity for cross and sort of be included in the record. So that's more or less the timeline we're looking at for you to determine what's feasible.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Why don't I confer with Mr. Ross and his team, and we'll get back to you at 5 o'clock with what each company can provide by close of business on Friday.
That sounds reasonable. Thank you. So Mr. Ross, you're not officially dismissed, but for now, we'll give you an extended break.
Thank you.
At least from this part.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you
see
for
you
your
again.
testimony.
See you again soon.
We will see you later. All right. So considering that, I've got Mr. Weinberg up next for you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Yeah, the company would call Edward Weinberg to the stand.
Hi, Mr. Weinberg.
Hello, Commissioner.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And are you, oh, wow. I've never seen someone raise their virtual hand before, but I like the effect of that. Are you alone as you testify today?
Yes, I am.
And you're not being assisted or communicating with anyone else in any way, are you?
No, I'm not.
And if that changes during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weinberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Eisenberg.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services, and I'm a senior consultant, strategic asset planning, and I work on the company's emission reduction initiatives, specifically focused on renewable natural gas, carbon offsets, and the voluntary customer program, Renewable Connect Natural Gas, that we're proposing.
And did you cause to be filed into the docket in this proceeding your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 107, of which I believe there's a revision 1, and your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 121?
Yes, that's correct.
And am I correct that you do not have any corrections to either of those pieces of testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Madam Chair, Mr. Weinberg's testimony and his attachments have all been admitted in evidence, and he's available for cross-examination.
Excellent, thank you. First up, I have PUC staff for 30 minutes. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Weinberg.
I don't think we've had a chance to meet yet. My name is Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith. I represent trial staff in this proceeding, or one of the attorneys that represent trial staff here. I'm hoping not to take too much of your time. Frankly, I think that several of my questions have already been answered, and so I will try not to be unduly duplicative if possible. To give you a preview, I'm going to just be asking you a couple of questions about certified natural gas, CNG. That's where I'm cutting a lot of stuff because I think we've already talked at length about that. And then I'm also going to discuss the company's carbon offset proposals. So by way of background, are you generally familiar with the Clean Heat Statute, CRS 43.2108?
Yes, generally.
Okay, and if you need me to at any point, we do have it. I can bring it up. I promise my page references are correct today, so we shouldn't have some of the problems that I had with Mr. Eiley. And are you more or less aware of Section 108, Section 2C, which includes all of clean heat, or more specifically, what are called recovered methane resources?
Yes, generally, yes.
Okay. So then you're aware that recovered methane resources under that statute must meet all of the requirements of a recovered methane protocol that is passed by the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission, and I'm going to refer to them as the AQCC.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
And Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, Edward, could you just speak up a little bit or move a little bit closer to the mic?
Okay, sorry.
That's better. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. And Mr. Weinberg, are you familiar with the commission's decision number C23-0729 that was issued in this proceeding?
I don't know if I am. Maybe we can take a look at it.
Sure. And if we could bring up hearing exhibit 1306 in staff's box, that would be very helpful. And I think we can go to page 25. And it should be paragraph 61, I believe, is where we kind of start. So I'm sorry, that'll be on page 26. And Mr. Weinberg, now in this paragraph, I'm not going to ask you to read this entire thing unless you would like to. The commission provided direction to the company regarding how non-enumerated resources should be implemented in its clean heat plan. Are you more or less familiar with that direction by the commission? And I can give you an opportunity to read this if you'd like.
Yeah, let me just take a look at the paragraph. That's okay?
Absolutely. Just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, I've read through the paragraph. Thank you.
Okay. So again, if you need me to repeat my question, the commission provided direction to the company regarding how non-enumerated resources were to be implemented in its clean heat plan, correct?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion, and this is a commission decision that speaks for itself.
I will acknowledge that it speaks for itself. I'm simply asking Mr. Weinberg if he is aware that the commission provided this direction to the company when they made their after they made their plan filing and before they made their supplemental filing.
I think it's reasonable to ask him if he's aware about it.
I guess I'm reading this for the first time, but I think I understand the question. I think that's correct.
Okay. And this is in the same vein that those non-enumerated resources, in order to count, needed to achieve a reduction of carbon dioxide and methane emissions from the distribution and in use of combustion gas. And this is on page 27 on paragraph 62. And I can give you an opportunity to read that. the underlying portion, actually.
And I'm going to object again to the question. It calls for a legal conclusion. This document speaks for itself, and in its amended case, the company withdrew from its portfolios the non-enumerated resources. So I'd also question the relevance. Mr. Weinberg says he's reading this for the first time. I'm not sure he's the best witness to talk about what's in or not in the commission's order.
Then he is more than welcome to defer to another company witness. If that is, I'm not asking him to make a conclusion. I'm simply asking if he is aware of the commission's direction in this proceeding.
I think he can answer if he's aware.
Are you aware of that, Mr. Weinberg?
I guess I'm aware now.
Okay. So just to, like I said, I know we've covered CNG extensively, but I just have a couple of questions here. The company does not contend that CNG counts as upstream emissions, correct?
Objection goes beyond the scope of his testimony.
Is there another witness that you would like to defer to, Mr. Weinberg?
I believe my colleague, Ms. Quillian, will cover that, so would be better suited to answer your questions about CNG.
Okay, then I will skip the questions and save those on CNG. Then let's turn to carbon offsets. Is that something you think that you could speak to?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and I'm just going to call these offsets just for brevity. Under its amended portfolio, the company is still requesting approval of the procurement of carbon offsets as part of the Renewable Connect Natural Gas, or RCNG, offering, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and these offsets do not reduce emissions at the distribution or in-use combustion of gas, right?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion to the extent it's a characterization of the statute. I think Mr. Weinberg can answer as a general matter.
Yes, generally, I think that's correct.
Okay. And in theory, the company could choose to procure out-of-state carbon offsets, but then claim the emissions reductions as part of the RCNG offering. Isn't that right?
Objection misstates his testimony.
I'll move on. Mr. Weinberg, a carbon offset does not necessarily represent a reduction in carbon emissions from the company's own system, does it?
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on the type of project.
And carbon offsets, similar to CNG, those are not part of a regulated marketplace in Colorado, are they?
That's correct.
So an average customer today couldn't purchase these offsets on their own without going through the company's program, right?
I'm sorry, could you just rephrase that question, please?
Sure. An average customer, or let's just say a customer today, could not purchase any of these offsets on their own without going through the company's program, right?
I think they probably could.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the company in general has certain information and data about its customers that is not generally available to the public or to other private sector entities?
Objection vague, calls for speculation as to what's available to other parties.
I'm simply asking as a general opinion, is it Mr. Weinberg's opinion that the company would have certain information that other parties would not about their own customers?
Any specific types of information you want to ask about, Mr. Ross, perhaps to be a little more specific?
Sure. Mr. Weinberg, is it fair that the company would have information such as customer addresses about its customers that would not generally be available to other private sector entities?
Objection relevance. Customer addresses.
If Mr. Eisenberg would give me an opportunity, I can get to the relevance. I do have a point with these questions, and I have about 2 more questions. So if I could get through those, that would be really great.
We'll give him a couple questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Weinberg, one more time, is it fair to say that the company has certain information, such as customer addresses, phone numbers, emails, that other entities might not have access to?
Yeah, but I guess I don't know what other entities, what kind of information they have access to or not. But I would say, yes, it's probably correct that our company has information about our customers, such as addresses.
So given this information that the company has, isn't it fair to say the company might have a market advantage over the private sector in an unregulated carbon offset market?
I guess I don't really understand the conclusion. If we have our customers' addresses, why that would give us an advantage over other parties when it comes to offering carbon offset. So maybe you can help me understand why you're reaching that conclusion.
I'm just alluding to, is it not fair to say that there might be considered an information imbalance between the company's information on its customers and other private entities in this unregulated market?
The imbalance in information might be there, but I don't see how that would give us an unfair advantage in offering carbon offsets to our customers over other parties.
Okay. And given the company's existing customer base and relationship with its customers, isn't it fair to say that customers may naturally be more inclined to purchase offsets from the company rather than another private third party?
I think that as the utility provider, customers might have confidence in the company selecting high quality carbon offset projects that have, benefits to the communities and environmental benefits and other benefits in addition to reducing emissions. So that confidence might mean that they might be more interested in purchasing offsets from the company.
And if you can just give me just a moment, I believe that is all I have. Let me just make sure, check my notes here. Mr. Weinberg, I sincerely appreciate your time. Commissioner Gilman, I would ask that since Mr. Weinberg has deferred to Ms. Quillian, we did not reserve time with Ms. Quillian, and I would hope that we could defer some of our time that we had for Mr. Weinberg and have that on Ms. Quillian instead, if that's possible. I would say 15 minutes would be plenty.
Yes, I did hear him refer you to her. I'll put you down for 15 minutes. Ideally, you can beat 15 minutes.
I think that will not be a problem. I was just trying to be safe.
Thank you.
And I have no further questions.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next up, I have City of Boulder at 45 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, Mr. Weinberg.
Good afternoon, Ms. McGee.
I am going to be asking you some questions on behalf of the City of Boulder. We're going to be talking a little bit about 4 different topics. The company's position on Renewable Connect natural gas as an emissions reduction tool, and I'll abbreviate that as RCNG. RCNG as compared to DTE Energy Company's natural gas balance program, carbon offset accounting, and the company's position on a subscription termination fee for the RCNG program. Excuse me. So we'll start a little bit talking through generally your direct testimony. And would you agree that the average customer may not understand all of the technical aspects of what does or does not lead to incremental emissions reduction?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I would agree with that.
And a customer willing to pay a premium for a product labeled as renewable is likely interested in having a positive impact in terms of emissions reductions. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So in your testimony, you state that customers can participate in both Renewable Connect Flex and install solar panels on their homes. Do you know how many customers actually do this?
I do not.
Are you aware of Boulder's recommendation that if Renewable Connect natural gas product is approved, that customers should be prohibited from participating until they have demonstrated participation in an approved demand side management and beneficial electrification product, or certify that they are unable to participate in those programs?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Does Public Service have a plan to explore this recommendation?
I'm not aware of having such plan. And I think as I indicated in my rebuttal, we do see those as separate decision points, and just want to give our customers that choice.
Okay, so moving on, you are familiar with DTE Energy Company's program called Natural Gas Balance, correct?
At a very high level, yes.
So RCNG is comparable to DTE Natural Gas Balance in terms of the ratio of carbon offsets and RNG, correct?
Would you be able to confirm the ratio in DTE's program?
Can we go to Mr. Weinberg's rebuttal testimony? Hearing Exhibit 121, page 21, lines 14 through 17. Would you be able to say that Renewable Connect natural gas is comparable to DTE natural gas balance in terms of the ratio of carbon offsets and RNG after reviewing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
So the DTE ratio of carbon offsets to RNG, so the DTE ratio of carbon offsets to RNG is 5%, RNG 5% and 95% carbon offsets. Sorry, is that correct?
Oh, sorry, were you referring to the RCNG design or the DTE design?
I'll clarify. The DTE ratio of carbon offsets to RNG.
Okay.
Objection, Foundation.
I'd like to move to enter an exhibit in the city's box.com 805. We'd like to move to admit it under Rule 1501C and Colorado Rules of Evidence 201. It is DTE Energy Company's 2002 annual report. And we would like the commission to take administrative notice.
Mr. Eisenberg?
Yeah, I'm going to object on, there's been no foundation laid for this document. It's not clear what it is, whether it's out of, I mean,
in his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Weinberg refers to the DTE natural gas balance program as a model that is comparable to Renewable Connect natural gas. And so we would like to use this annual report to rebut some of his testimony.
again, the proper way to do this would be to lay a foundation and establish what this is, whether the witness is familiar with it, what's in the, I mean, the commission hasn't even reviewed what's in this document. Moving for its admission now is just improper, I would say.
Commissioner Gilman and Mr. Weinberg, this is DTE's natural gas balance report, annual report for 2022. It includes various statistics and results of the program that the city would like to use to rebut Mr. Weinberg's testimony, rebuttal testimony.
Okay. why don't you, it sounds like you're going to take Mr. Weinberg through a few of the parts of this to kind of respond to his testimony where he did refer to this program.
Yes.
So it sounds like we could do that first and try and understand the foundation for inclusion and what's in the document, and then maybe look at admission. Does that work for you, Ms. Dundas? Okay, so why don't you take him through a few of the points or facts in it that you wanted to go through with him first.
Okay. Just to step back a little bit, Mr. Weinberg, what is the ratio of carbon offsets to RNG in the Renewable Connect Natural Gas program?
So in the RCNG program that we're proposing 5% renewable natural gas and 95% offsets.
And so if your testimony, your rebuttal testimony says the ratio is similar for DTE, we can assume that that is probably the case for DTE Energy natural gas balance program as well, correct?
I would say it's similar. I wouldn't know if it was exactly the same, but I would expect it to be in the same ballpark.
So are you aware that approximately 85% of DTE customers purchase only one block of the program?
Objection foundation.
Can we scroll to page 8 of the annual report that is up? And if you scroll down to the table on the bottom right for 2022, and you not include legacy customers, you have about 7,426 customers divided by the total number of customers equals 8,000 in which is 8,802. So it's 7,426 divided by 8,802, which equals approximately 84% of DTE customers that purchase only one block, a subscription block. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think I do.
Okay. So do you know if Renewable Connect natural gas program, if it would generate revenues in excess of costs of 85% of our CNG subscribers, if they only purchased one block?
I don't know, at that exact subscription level, but I do know that in our design of the program, we included a breakdown of the block purchasing between 1, 2, 3, and 4 blocks, which was derived from the latest 2023 customer survey, in which the customers indicated their interest in purchasing 1, 2, 3, or 4 blocks. So we applied that same ratio. And then we also assumed a very modest subscription level of only 1.44% of total customers subscribing to the program in total.
So your assumptions for the subscription level of one block was far less than what actually occurred in the DTE program, correct? Your forecasted level of subscribers for one block?
I think we would have to look at the design calculator to look at the exact number. I just know that we had the breakdown of the 1, 2, 3, or 4 blocks according to the survey results.
But if our CNG did have subscribers that only purchased one block in excess of 85%, it would not generate revenues in excess of costs, correct, under the current design?
Objection. Ms. State's testimony just looked at, and I believe there is an exhibit that Mr. Weinberg has offered that would speak to this better than this document from a different utility.
Well, this is just talking about DTE and comparing DTE. I'm now asking Mr. Weinberg a separate question about their underlying assumptions in calculating the level of subscribers for one block under Renewable Connect Natural Gas program.
Okay, I have no objection, but maybe if my friend on the other side might just rephrase the question and repeat it for Mr. Weinberg.
So if Renewable Connect Natural Gas had 85% of their subscribers purchase only one block, would the program generate revenues in excess of costs?
I don't have the answer to that. I'm sorry. It's just not something that we modeled in our design calculator.
Okay, we'll move on. Can we scroll to page 9 of the annual report? If you look at this table here for the DTE natural gas balance program, would you agree that the program lost then more than $1 million in 2022?
Yes, it appears to be the case.
Okay, great. And so I would move to admit the DTE 2022 annual report and ask that the commission provide or take administrative notice at this time.
Mr. Eisenberg.
Continue my objection on relevance grounds. This is a document from
Mr. Weinberg
May I finish?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll continue my objection on relevance grounds. This is a document from another utility talking about an entirely different program. But to the extent that the commission wishes to weigh this document for the evidentiary value that it's worth, the company doesn't object, for if it's only admitted for that limited purpose.
Ms. Van Giem, sound good to you for admission?
What is the limited purpose that you don't object to? Sorry if that wasn't clear to me.
I'll just ask the commission to give this document the appropriate weight in the overall realm of the evidence. That's all I'm asking. So just to clarify, no objection, Chairman.
All right, we will always give it the weight that gets, and to the extent that Mr. Weinberg did refer directly to DTE's program, we will admit it, Ms. Van Giem.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Weinberg, are you aware that the state of Michigan Department of Natural Resources recently said that DTE Energy Natural Gas Balance Program does not appreciably affect its forest management practices or timber harvest levels as a result of the program?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Commissioner Gilman, I would like to admit another exhibit from the city's Fox.com hearing exhibit labeled 806, which is a Michigan Public Radio article. If you could bring it up. The city asserts that this is a self-authenticating document under Colorado Rules of Evidence 9026, and it rebuts the veracity of Mr. Weinberg's testimony that DTE Energy's natural gas balance program is a successful model that RCNG is comparable with. And I would move for its admittance.
Commissioner, you're on mute.
Why? It's like, why isn't he answering? Mr. Eisenberg, 2 times today. Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I'll object on foundation grounds. It's not clear what this document is. Mr. Weinberg hasn't indicated whether he's familiar with it at all. I'd also note that this document is hearsay to the extent it looks like we've got some critics say. So it's at least 2 levels of hearsay within this document. And just relevance as to what some unnamed critic says about another utilities program.
Well, I would just like to say that this article brings facts into the record showing how offsets are actually used in similar programs in another state, just to be able to rebut whether these carbon offsets, which will comprise 95% of this program, actually have any emissions reduction potential.
I just want to ask a question. Are you planning to ask the witness any questions about the document?
Basically the question I just asked, I was going to have him read the section of this article that talks about the Michigan Department of Natural Resources statement relative to the carbon offset funds that they receive, how it doesn't impact their forest management practices, but just goes into their climate fund.
Ms. Dunda, phone a friend and have you help me out here. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. I understand Mr. Eisenberg's objection to the admission of this document to be twofold. One being a hearsay concern, and second being that foundation wasn't laid for the document. I'd agree that Ms. Van Giem hasn't laid foundation, and perhaps give her a chance to do so. And then when she moves again if she chooses to move again for admission of this document, we can address hearsay concerns then, if she's able to lay foundation.
Okay, so you want to attempt the foundation here, Ms. Van Giem, first?
Mr. Weinberg, are you familiar with the DT Energy renewable natural gas balance program?
So I'm familiar with its existence. I'm not familiar with the particular forestry project that you're referring to. So it's a little hard for me to understand exactly, what the criticism is and how that would relate to the projects that we would propose in our program.
We can move on from this. It's not that important of a point for us. Okay.
So you don't want to try and admit it?
No, that's okay.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Weinberg, are you aware of the Michigan Public Service Commission's decision requiring DTE Energy to rename natural gas balance because 95% of the product was comprised of carbon offsets?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So I'm going to ask once again to admit a exhibit from ourbox.com, which is hearing exhibit 807, Michigan Public Utility Commission decision number U20839.
Mr. Eisenberg.
Yeah, I'm going to object on foundation grounds because the witness just testified that he's not familiar with the subject matter that is apparently the subject of this document. I may have other objections too if we have a chance to review the document, but that's a pretty foundational.
Well, you did have a chance to review the document because I did send it to the company to ask if they had any objections.
So council has reviewed this document. Mr. Weinberg has not. He said that he's not familiar with the subject matter. And so I'm not sure how Mr. Weinberg can testify to this or how we can lay a foundation for its admission. If Ms. Fahim does attempt to lay a foundation, I may have other objections as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there specific points of this you wanted to point Mr. Weinberg to lay a foundation for it?
Yes, on page 4, the second full paragraph. Mr. Weinberg, can you read the second full paragraph of this Michigan Public Utility Commission decision?
Okay. Okay, I've read that.
Would you agree that this decision says that that Michigan Public Utility Commission is not opposed to the program, but they want the company to use a more general program name?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
I just think that this is an important thing to bring before the commission because Mr. Weinberg brought up this this specific program in his rebuttal testimony as a model example to the Renewable Connect natural gas program, and that there were significant flaws in its implementation and the approval by the Michigan Public Utility Commission also had specific issues that they needed to address based on the fact that the ratio of the offsets to the CNG were considered misleading for customers.
Chairman, maybe I could suggest a path forward here.
Sure.
So the company is not opposed to the commission taking administrative notice of this document. I'll note that it's an order from 2020, and we're not seeing, later orders in this docket or in other dockets related to the DTE program. So there may be additional context. The city of Boulder is welcome to, brief that in its SOP. I continue to think Mr. Weinberg's not familiar with this document, but we don't have an objection to the order itself from the Michigan Public Service Commission coming in under administrative notice.
Ms. Dundas, administrative notice versus full admission, what's your thought? It does strike me as it's relevant since he referred to this program, and this is from another Public Utilities Commission, but let me know how you think it should be handled ideally.
Yeah, can the City of Boulder's Council reiterate what your original request was? Are you moving for admission of this into the evidentiary record or administrative notice?
We would like the commission to take administrative notice under 1501C.
For the purpose of establishing what fact?
It's for the purpose of establishing that the Michigan Public Utility Commission required DTE Energy Company to rename its program based on the fact that it was misleading for customers. They thought that they were they originally, it was called renewable natural gas, and because 95% of it was offsets, the Michigan Public Utility Commission required them to rename the program.
Okay, and Mr. Eisenberg, your concerns about admission of this through administrative notice goes to the relevance of this information in the record and not the authentication or you have no concerns that this is not actually a document from the Michigan Public Service Commission, correct?
This appears to be an authentic document from the Michigan Public Service Commission. I think there's a relevance objection to admitting it. The issue here regarding the naming of the DTE program appears to be pretty far afield from any issues in this case. As I said, if the commission wants to take administrative notice, we've got no issue with that. I'll just note that we're not seeing the full record here as to all of the orders in this case. And I'll note that it appears that the outcome of this proceeding is that in this proceeding, and I'm not sure if it's this exact proceeding or another one, but that the Michigan Public Service Commission approved DTE's program that's similar to RCNG.
Okay.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
Yeah, Commissioner Gilman, it sounds like it's an unopposed motion to move this into the evidentiary record, or excuse me, to take administrative notice of this hearing exhibit. So I'd recommend you do so. And to the extent you find Mr. Eisenberg's concerns about the relevance of the information, you can take that into consideration at deliberations.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. I think we got there. Okay. We'll take administrative notice of the document. Go.
Thank you. So I'd like to switch gears, Mr. Weinberg, to carbon offset accounting. So your testimony describes a set of requirements that will guide purchase of offsets. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And these principles are intended to ensure that emissions reduction actually happen from the offset projects, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So of Public Service's 6 requirements for offsets, it is the second principle that focuses on emissions reductions. Is that correct? And we can bring up your direct testimony if you'd like to review that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's just bring them up, please.
So that is hearing exhibit 107, page 37, lines 3 through 8. And so the question once again is, it is the second principle that focuses on emissions reduction, correct?
Yeah, let's maybe zoom out a little bit so we can see all 6 company criteria. Yes, I think the second criteria is focused on the robustness of the methodology, the protocol, and the calculations, whereas the others are focused more on the co-benefits of the project outside of the emission reductions itself.
Thank you. So you would agree that Public Services requirements for emission reduction are similar to most other offset projects in the US and perhaps around the world?
I wouldn't necessarily agree to that. I feel like there are a lot of protocols out there, a lot of methodologies, a lot of different carbon offset programs, and it really depends on the registry, the robustness of the individual methodology to meet the second criteria. So I wouldn't just say a blanket agreement to that in general.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you state that offsets are a particularly useful tool for hard and expensive to abate sectors. Do you believe that residential gas customers represent a hard and expensive to abate sector?
I think that what we've said in this testimony or in this filing is that it is hard to reduce emissions in this sector. So yeah, I do feel like offsets have a role to play to reduce emissions cost effectively.
Okay. And do you recall that you cite the company Verra, Verra, in your direct testimony?
Yes, as one of the leading offset registries.
Yeah. Are you familiar with their verified carbon standard quality assurance principles?
At a high level.
And would you agree that Verra's verified carbon standard quality assurance principles are similar to the company's principles?
I would say that at a high level, they're similar, but as I mentioned previously, it's really the individual methodology itself that needs to be robust. And I know that there are methodologies that Verra has developed that are not robust enough and that wouldn't meet this second requirement. So it's really at the methodology level that the company looks at the second requirement, which is why I specifically mentioned, for instance, the VM45 methodology as one that we find robust. It doesn't mean that we find that all of the Verra methodologies meet that criteria.
Are you familiar with any of the accounting issues that have been raised about offset projects verified by Verra?
I've heard of some issues with the avoided deforestation projects in South America, for instance, and with some of those issues raised with specific projects of that category.
Okay. And are you familiar with any accounting issues that have been raised about offset projects verified by other companies?
None specifically.
Okay. And we're going to change gears here again just to chat about the subscription termination fee. And we'll start off with the company proposes to acquire renewable natural gas and carbon offsets for the RCNG portfolio, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And these resources will be procured through long-term offtake agreements.
I think on the RNG side, those are usually longer term multi-year offtake agreements. On the offset side, I guess it depends on the project. It might be a 1-year offtake agreement. It might be a multi-year offtake agreement. Those are, we see different terms in that market.
And Public Service does not propose a termination fee if a customer cancels subscription. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
So can you explain how Public Service plans to take into account subscribers that permanently leave the program when they electrify or no longer want to be part of the program?
So my understanding is that the program is proposed to be offered as on a month-to-month basis to the subscribers, and we do have other month-to-month programs out there on the electric side. Generally, we do not include an early termination fee on monthly subscription programs, so we haven't included that in the design for the RCNG program either. But what we did do is we did include on average 10% contingency fee. So that's 10% of the total program costs are contingency. And so we've tried to make sure that we would have significant contingency in that design to alleviate any risks of early termination.
Okay. Would you agree that it's possible that when RCNG subscribers cancel, Public Service could incur long-term costs based on the long-term offtake agreements?
I would say on the RNG side, yes, we would have probably multi-year offtake agreements. But again, that's for 5% of the program. On the 95% offset side, we could have shorter term contracts, because we do see those in the market as well.
So it's reasonable to conclude that public service could have some significant ongoing expenses if subscribers canceled.
I mean, the program has ongoing administrative expenses, if that's what you're referring to. So, yeah.
And you mentioned that the contingency budget is 10%?
On average in the first 5 years.
Does Renewable Connect Flex include a contingency fee?
I'm not familiar enough with the program design of Renewable Connect Flex to confirm that.
Would you happen to know if Renewable Connect Flex customers cancel a subscription, whether the company purchases fewer renewable energy credits, or if they just incur ongoing costs?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar enough with that program to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Ms. Fangiem. Okay, next up we have Conservation Coalition for 25 minutes, which looks to be a very good amount of time. Mr. Dennison.
Can I ask one
Thank
quick
you.
question? Can I ask one quick question? He said at one point, it sounded like co-benefits or coal benefits. It was pretty coal?
Like
Okay, CO.
CO,
All right,
not
just
coal.
checking. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Thanks, Terry. We want to get that one right. That sounded like a pretty big differentiation. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dennison.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Weinberg. My name is Jim Dennison. I don't believe we've met before, but I will be asking you some questions on behalf of the Conservation Coalition.
Good afternoon.
So you stated in your rebuttal testimony that current availability of recovered methane in Colorado is limited, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And in 2023, the company, as well as other gas utilities, issued a joint request for information on recovered methane availability in Colorado, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The responses to that RFI were not available at the time that the company filed its application in this proceeding, were they?
Yes, that's correct. We received the responses in September, which was after we filed our plan.
Okay. So the company included recovered methane in its portfolios before it had received these responses on the potential supply and cost of recovered methane, correct?
Yeah, so we have ongoing conversations, or we had ongoing conversations with several recovered methane project developers, and based on those conversations, E3 they conducted modeling on their specific projects, and that was the basis for the E3 recovered methane inputs in the modeling. So they were based on actual projects as well as some archetype projects, but then subsequently we did receive other responses in the RFI that were not included in the E3 model.
Okay, and I'm mostly going to be talking about the RFI, but you sort of mentioned some conversations generally. Are those the conversations that you described at page 24 of your direct testimony? You can pull that up if we need to.
Yes, if we could pull that up, please. That would be really helpful.
Great. And it's, yes, page 24 toward the bottom of the page. I'm looking at lines 16, 20.
Yes, I would. That's correct. So those RNG developers were the ones that provided some project information to us, based on which E3 modeled the emission reduction potential using the approved recovered methane protocols. And so on that basis, those projects were included in the modeling for our plan. But that was all before we issued our RFI.
Okay, and specifically, I'm seeing on lines 17 going on to 18. So far, these conversations, meaning the conversations with RNG developers, have not been successful. You see that there?
Yes.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding that the RFI results are, given the status of those previous conversations, the RFI results are the appropriate place to focus in terms of our understanding of the availability and cost of RNG in Colorado. Is that right?
I think that the project-specific modeling that E3 conducted is of high quality. They procured information from the project developers, and they used the approved protocol calculations to calculate the abatement cost. So I definitely don't want to discount the work that E3 has done on actual projects. But separately, the RFI has given us other project information in addition to what E3 already developed for us.
Okay, let me try that a different way. The information that you received in response to the RFI, that's the only information about projects in Colorado specifically for recovered methane. Is that correct?
Objection, that misstates his earlier testimony.
I'm just trying to understand what information about projects in Colorado is available in the record.
He asked if it's correct, so Mr. Weinberg can answer if it's correct.
So to answer the question, no, I don't think that's correct. I believe that the project information that E3 gathered and that they used as the basis for their modeling inputs for specific recovered methane projects, I believe that that information is of a high quality. So I definitely don't want to say that only the RFI information is available or that's the only information we have on recovered methane projects.
Okay, I appreciate the response, and we can pull the exhibit down now. I think we're done with that. Thank you. But my question was specifically about projects in Colorado, and I don't think I heard an answer on that. Is there anything other than the RFI that gives price and availability figures for projects in Colorado?
So the projects that E3 modeled, the specific projects in Colorado that E3 modeled for us that were the basis for their inputs in our model for specific recovered methane projects, those projects are available and have that information in addition to the RFI project information.
Okay, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but one more question. I think we were just talking about how those projects that you said informed the pre-RFI modeling, those were based on the conversations that we just said were not successful, right?
I think that what I was referring to, my testimony was referring to any offtake conversations for that recovered methane. And so those were not successful. But what was successful was the gathering of information about the projects themselves that allowed E3 to model them using the approved recovered methane protocols in order to calculate the abatement costs for those projects. So that information is available and was the basis for the E3 modeling inputs.
Okay, so let's bring our focus to the RFI now.
Okay.
And I recognize that the specific prices listed in response are highly confidential, but at a high level, I just have one question. Did all the entities that responded provide a price at which they proposed to sell recovered methane?
No.
And some of the responding entities also did not provide an indicative carbon intensity for their proposed projects, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the responses did not generally follow the approved recovered methane protocols for their calculations of the carbon intensity scores.
Okay, and I will get back to the protocols in just a minute, but a few more questions related to price. So even for the responses that did include an indicative price, you say that in your rebuttal testimony, those prices have largely not been finalized into dollar per ton abatement costs under the protocols, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you need to calculate a dollar per ton abatement cost for measures in order to show a common metric for comparing their cost effectiveness in selecting resources, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So given that the company hasn't converted any recovered methane prices from the RFI into a dollar per ton abatement cost, it's impossible to compare the cost effectiveness of recovered methane from those projects to other clean heat measures, isn't it?
Objection vague and just say misstates his testimony as well as Mr. Oss's testimony on what the company has done to prepare the model.
If I could respond.
Yeah.
So we've been taking this step by step, and I was just talking through the steps we've covered so far. I'm specifically asking about the RFI, which I understand did not inform Mr. Oss's modeling, so I don't know that that's germane to this conversation now.
So sorry. Are you withdrawing your question, given that you said it's not germane, or you wanted to try the question still?
No, I don't think the objection is appropriate insofar as it relates to Mr. Oss's testimony, and I'm not characterizing his testimony just now. I'm just recapping what we just talked through. I'm happy to ask the question again if we need clarity.
Ask it again for me, please.
Sorry, the question is, given that the company hasn't converted recovered methane prices from the RFI into dollar per ton abatement costs, which we just talked about, and that you need those costs to determine cost effectiveness of recovered methane resources, it's impossible to do that latter step for the RFI sources, correct?
I'm going to object just on he's going from talking about the RFI results, which are post the company's filing. And the question he's asking is, it's impossible, or I believe the first time he asked the question was, there's nothing in the record at all. And I don't think that's a fair characterization of Mr. Weinberg or Mr. Oss's testimony that he gave earlier this afternoon. So maybe it could just be broken down a little.
Well, he's asking Mr. Weinberg if it's impossible. If Mr. Weinberg does not think it's impossible, I think he could answer that to the question. Go ahead, Mr. Weinberg.
To answer your question, Mr. Dennison, there were a couple of projects that E3 modeled for us prior to the RFI that were then subsequently responded to the RFI. So based on those project specifics, I think that we do have some reliable data out there for those projects. But for the other RFI projects, I would agree with you that we would need to do more work on the calculations according to the approved recovered methane protocols in order to calculate those abatement costs.
Okay, thank you. And the RFI responses don't represent final prices or firm offers, correct?
Yeah, it was an RFI, so only indicative information.
Okay. And you describe in your testimony that the recovered methane market has uncertainty in its pricing, right?
I don't know if I did say that, but maybe you can refresh your memory.
We can pull it up if we need to, but maybe I'll try one other thing that you might recall. I think you described at several places in your testimony Colorado's recovered methane market as nascent. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So we can just move on. In discussing the steps that the company would need to take before signing a contract to purchase recovered methane, you note additionally that the company would need to calculate the estimated annual emissions reductions using one of the approved recovered methane protocols, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we've been talking about how that's not a step that's been taken for the RFI responses. So I won't belabor that point further. You also note that the company would have to ensure that each recovered methane project complied with the approved recovered methane protocol's eligibility requirements, which I think you mentioned a few moments ago. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this would be a prerequisite to including a recovered methane project in the company's portfolio at all, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think we can, a couple more questions on the RFI here. This RFI, I think you mentioned it was jointly issued by the company as well as other gas utilities in Colorado, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's possible that the other utilities that jointly issued the RFI could want to procure recovered methane from the responding entities. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And all else being equal, if multiple utilities are competing to procure recovered methane from these entities, that would make it more likely that the recovered methane those entities can provide would be exhausted, correct?
Yeah, it's possible. It depends on how much each utility is interested in purchasing and how much supply is available.
And similarly, if multiple utilities are competing for this limited pool of recovered methane, it could lead to higher prices for that recovered methane, couldn't it?
Again, depending on how much each utility is interested in purchasing and how much supply is available.
Okay. You also note in your testimony that most developers that responded to the RFI want to sign multi-year agreements, right?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, most of the RFI responses list a term of 20 years or more, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree that all else being equal, entering a multi-year recovered methane agreement could limit the company's ability to adapt its portfolio based on new information about which clean heat resources are cost effective?
I don't fully understand the question. Maybe you can just repeat that one more time. I apologize.
Sure. All else being equal, if the company's in a multi-year recovered methane agreement for a term of, say, 20 years, that could limit the company's ability to adapt its portfolio and shift around its resource mix based on new information about which clean heat resources are cost effective.
I think that we would enter a multi-year agreement, and I'm not saying a 20-year term is what we would be looking for, but we would enter that only if the abatement cost is cost effective at the time that we want to execute that agreement. And if that is the case, then I think for the duration of the agreement, we wouldn't expect that to change.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions on the RFI, and I'm hopeful we can wrap up pretty quickly here now. Just a few more. So in your rebuttal testimony, you lay out what the company believes is the best path forward to address the issues related to recovered methane availability and pricing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that approach is for the Air Quality Control Commission to approve additional recovered methane protocols and for the legislature to add additional recovered methane resources to the Clean Heat Statute. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And these recommendations from your testimony are policy changes that the AQCC and the legislature would need to make in the future, correct?
Well, I think that's partially, I guess, for new protocols. I think there are several approved clean heat resources that don't have, or sorry, recovered methane resources that don't have a protocol developed yet. So for those resources, what we're asking is for those relevant protocols to be approved as soon as possible so that we can have those projects be eligible for recovered methane credits. But then in addition, as I point out in my testimony, there are other resources such as the coal bed methane resource that's very closely linked to an approved recovered methane resource such as coal mine methane, where we do believe that it's beneficial to have that become an eligible recovered methane resource through a legislative amendment. So it's a combination of things.
Right, and all I'm asking is that these are all steps that either the ATCC or the legislature would need to take in the future. They don't represent the status quo of the legislative and regulatory landscape.
That's correct.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And just to be clear, these are the only proposals in your rebuttal testimony for addressing the cost and availability issues with recovered methane, correct?
It's just, I guess to summarize, it's to have these protocols approved for currently eligible recovered methane resources, to add protocols for recovered methane resources that are closely linked to already eligible recovered methane resources, and then to also look at the end use benefits in terms of the displacement credits and to see if we can add those end use benefits to the recovered methane protocols.
Okay, so my question was just these policy changes that we've been talking through, these are the only proposals that you have for addressing the cost and availability issues. And I think I heard you confirm that, but just
Yes.
is that a yes?
Those are the ones that I laid out in my testimony.
Okay. Would you agree that this commission does not have control over whether the ATCC and the legislature adopt your recommendations?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you believe that the commission should base its decision on whether and how much recovered methane to approve in this plan based solely on existing laws and policies?
Sorry, I don't, could you help me by rephrasing that?
Sure. I asked, do you believe that the commission should base its decision about how much recovered methane to approve in this clean heat plan on the basis only of existing laws and policies, not the future ones you've proposed?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Got just a couple more questions. I really appreciate your time, Mr. Weinberg. So you say in your rebuttal testimony that the budgets for recovered methane in the company's portfolios are not taking away funds from electrification. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But if the total portfolio budget is held constant, reserving more money for recovered methane necessarily means there will be less money available for electrification, doesn't it?
Objection misstates his testimony. Maybe we could pull up the testimony, take a look at what he actually said.
Well, I'm not, sorry, if I might respond. I'm not paraphrasing or summarizing any testimony right now. I'm asking a question, kind of a question of logic, if anything.
I generally agree. If he disagrees with the question was to ask him, I think, if he agreed or not. So maybe go over your question again, Mr. Dennison.
Sure. If a total portfolio budget is held constant, then reserving more money for recovered methane necessarily means that there will be less money available for electrification, correct?
I am going to object on relevance grounds to this because holding a total budget constant is not how E3 modeled its portfolio. And that question would be better directed probably to Mr. Oss.
I think given, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think just given the interest in containing the overall budget of the portfolio that many parties have expressed, I think it's a reasonable supposition to make for purposes of a question.
A hypothetical question about holding the budget constant, is that fair?
Yes.
To the extent you have an opinion, you can answer the hypothetical, Mr. Weinberg.
Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly how the modeling works and how we're keeping the budget constant, but what I do know is that what we've said is that there's basically a limit to how much electrification can be deployed. And so we see a budget for recovered methane being in addition to kind of a maximum number of electrification that can occur. And so I don't think that we're saying that we're taking away any funds from electrification.
Okay, I've got just one more question here.
Sure.
In your testimony, you note that the company updated its model for rebuttal with the result that, quote, certain expensive recovered methane projects previously selected are no longer being chosen by the model, and it instead selected additional electrification. Is that right?
Did I say that in my rebuttal? Maybe we can just pull that up.
Sure, it's at exhibit 121, page 13, lines 17 to 19.
Yes, I see that. That's correct.
And would you say there's some trade-off shown here between spending on recovered methane and spending on electrification, where you see one going down and the other going up?
I'm going to object to the extent he's asking to characterize how the modeling was performed for the rebuttal testimony, which is the subject of Mr. Ross's testimony. But to the extent he had a general answer, I guess I don't have an objection to the general question.
Mr. Johnson.
It's Mr. Weinberg's testimony that we're looking at.
You can answer the question, Mr. Weinberg.
Yeah, as I can read there, it seems to say that the more expensive recovered methane projects are no longer being selected. Instead, additional electrification is selected.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. That's all the questions I have. Sorry for holding us a bit past 5.
Thank you.
No worries. Mr. Weinberg, when we start tomorrow, you will be back on. We'll start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Given the commission's morning meeting, we're only in session in the hearing tomorrow afternoon. Just a reminder to everyone here. So we'll see you again at 1 o'clock tomorrow, still on the stand. And then I did just want to check back in with the company on the modeling run question before we close today.
Yeah, Chairman, we're prepared to give an update. Obviously, I've been here with you, but my colleague, Mr. Larson, will provide that update. We just need to switch the audio briefly.
No worries. I'll just talk the rest of you through a few scheduling things we're watching. We do have certain witnesses who need to go Friday. Dr. Billsback and Mr. Pierce want to go Friday. They will go Friday. And Miss Copeland needs time in the middle of the day Friday. So I just wanted to notify folks we're working around some of these, but those 3 certainly we plan to take Friday, and Miss Copeland will hit in that window, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Friday. So, anything additional on witness availability, Mr. Broso?
No, Commissioner, nothing to add for me. Just appreciate the commission's flexibility.
Yeah, I think it was Commissioner Plant primarily. So mostly a notice to Commissioner Plant that your witnesses are coming out on a Friday. And we might have to jumble the order a little. Certainly as we get to Friday, things might get a little messy with the witness order. So we're juggling a lot of availability at that point in time. Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
So we've had some discussions this afternoon while Mr. Weinberg's been on the stand. In terms of what the company working with E3 could put together by Friday, we can have the 5 presented portfolios with the incentive scalars equal to 1 done. We could have the same 5 portfolios with the CBA calculated under the current TRC and utility cost test and the scalar set to 1 produced, so we could have that put together. In terms of, changing the assessment of heat pumps to air conditioning costs, that is not something that we're able to do by Friday. However, I think that in discussions that we've had in the last hour or so, we could produce a new scenario or sensitivity that evaluates higher levels of heat pump adoption relative to the Colorado roadmap, based on both furnace and air conditioner replacements, and be able to put that out there by the end of the week. So that's about the extent that we could do. The other pieces of it we are unable to do.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the scalars can be run through every portfolio in the model and the cost benefit analysis. And
As the cost benefit, I apologize, I stepped
yeah.
on you.
No, go ahead.
Didn't see there. We under the way that the cost benefit analysis was done for the other portfolios. Yes.
Okay. Got it. That'll be done by Friday. Now with regard to AC replacement, you're proposing that you'll model with just a higher adoption of beneficial electrification, it sounds like. Any change to the supposed cost of that electrification or no?
That is not something that we are able to do.
Okay, so the main change will just be an uptick in adoption.
That's right.
Okay. And same, that would run through the portfolios and the modeling as well as the cost benefit analysis?
Would that also go through the CBA?
Yeah, that's my question.
I believe that it would.
Okay. Commissioner Plant, did you have any questions on the cost test?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the company cannot run the portfolio selection using the utility cost test.
That is not something we're able to do on this time frame.
Okay, and then to the extent that any of those documents were provided as executable before, I presume they will be provided as executable with this information?
Yes, I do want to discuss the process after we provide it, but maybe we settle on what we're providing first.
Okay. That was my only other question. Unless Commissioner Plant has something additional. Oh, Ms. Dundas is here. Ms. Dundas, you got something?
No, I just think, yeah, just for out of an abundance of caution, since we did this through a bench order yesterday, if this modification to what you ordered yesterday, which it sounds like it is, we should take another vote. And I believe there's at least 2 of you on right now.
There are at least 2 of us here.
At least. At most. No, at least.
Commissioner Plant, are you okay with I guess revising the order for what the company has indicated is feasible to provide Friday?
Yeah, we can do what we can do. So support that.
Okay, as do I. Thank you, Ms. Dundas, for keeping us very legitimate. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think now we're on to that conversation about what happens after that testimony comes in. I think the thought is we'd have potentially Eiley and probably more definitively us to describe those reruns in the documents. Likely Monday. If we're unlucky, it's Tuesday. We'll see how that timing goes, but basically at the end of the batting order to come back to the company. And I think the plan was already, if memory serves me from last week, that the company would appear at the end. I think Mr. Eiley is going to appear at the end anyway with regard to the flex portfolio and the direct testimony we hear from other parties on the flex portfolio. So I think you're coming back anyway, right, Mr. Eiley, or planning to come back anyway? Okay. So I think it's a simple matter. Eiley's coming back. To the extent he knows or has any involvement in these additional models, I suspect the commissioners could ask some questions, but I think more likely Os will be back and we'll probably have an opportunity to ask him questions on the new runs.
Yeah, and so in terms of I agree in terms of baking that into the process we already have for the, what is essentially a rebuttal opportunity for the company on flex-based oral direct. That all makes sense. In terms of Mr. Oz coming back and being available for commissioner questions as to what, is in the new documents, no problem. Is the expectation that he's going to stand cross-examination on those documents? Because that is an issue from our perspective.
Okay, let me get Ms. Dundas. Help me out. Ms. Dundas.
And maybe to help Ms. Dundas, I can give you our position and allow you to react to it if that's helpful. This is a modeling exercise that Mr. Oz has been directed to do. It is not one that he proposed to do. To have him stand cross-examination to purport to defend that model seems problematic from a process perspective. That is the reason that I raised it.
Ms. Dundas.
I don't know how much of this conversation we want to have live. We can also take it offline, Commissioner Gilman, but understand Mr. Larson's concern about essentially defending evidence that they wouldn't necessarily have put in the record otherwise. But the kind of opposite side of that is, from the commission's perspective, fully vetting the evidence that's in the record has some value. So having some cross-examination on that evidence, some opportunity to hear from the other parties could provide some indication of how that new modeling run should be weighted within the larger record. So those are sort of the two things to weigh when you consider how much additional process to provide once this information's in the record.
So before we get too far today, I will take up Ms. Dundas's offer to discuss offline. I doubt you'll get a firm answer from us today on this, but plan that Mr. Ross is coming back around probably after Mr. Eiley comes back, not so sure. And we will have some discussions internally. Yeah.
Mr. Larson, are you making a distinction between cross-examination from the other parties and cross-examination from the bench? Or are you also concerned with putting Mr. Oz back for additional commissioner questions?
We put Mr. Oz on to explain what he's done in terms of what's been presented pursuant to the directive from the commission. But from there, he would be available for commissioner questions, but he would not stand cross-examination from the other parties.
Okay, so to the extent we call it Commissioner Cross, that would be something you are amenable to.
Correct.
Okay.
And you are, sorry, Commissioner Gilman, one more clarification on what you said. And so when you present Mr. Oz, are you anticipating going through a substantive oral direct or just making him available for Commissioner Gilman's questions?
Our expectation would be a brief explanation of what was provided, what the results were, and then making him available for commissioner questions.
Okay, well, at least on my end, I understand the concern from the company, and I think to the extent what the witness is being brought back for, since it's not going to happen until Monday, can be discussed in the morning after Commissioner Gilman and I discuss it offline, if that works for Commissioner Gilman.
That works very well for me. I don't think we'll settle it right this minute. So we'll talk offline and come back to you with the details of Mr. Ross's second.
Chair Gilman, if I might just interrupt for a second. I think to the extent that no other party would have seen the run that will be presented by Mr. Oss. I think that due process would require, and I also think the commission would benefit from not necessarily cross-examination of Mr. Oss relating to the document. I understand what Mr. Larson is saying, that it's not a document that the company is advocating on behalf of. But I think to the extent that parties have questions about the additional document and how it's different, how it differs from the previous documents, I think that would be required by due process, and it would benefit the commission.
Mr. Larson, if you must respond, I think we broadly understand the perspectives, and we'll talk about it with Ms. Dundas offline, but do you have something new or different you must add?
I do not. I disagree
Okay.
with Ms. And then we can leave it at that for the evening.
Understood. I think we understand the perspectives presented, and I'll discuss with Ms. Dundas.
Thank you.
And we'll give 2 more details on that. Anything else before we leave for the day?
Nothing further from the company.
Appreciate everyone's compliance with box 17. Okay, we will return again at 1 p.m. tomorrow, given the commission schedule tomorrow, and we will resume with Mr. Weinberg at that time. So thank you so much, and we'll be in recess till tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Thank you.